Hello and welcome everyone to this tier ranking of the Habsburgs. I am lucky, as per the previous ranking stream, to be joined by Rupert August. Hello, how are you doing?
Hello, thank you for having me back. Yeah, I'm doing well and looking forward to doing this again.
Yes, I apologize to everyone on YouTube. I got my timings wrong. I'm a bit all over the place today. It was intended to be shown at 8, not 9. So thanks to all of you who are actually here as we're going live. It occurred to me doing the previous sort of ranking stream. Now I'm sort of going all in sort of hoax slop content. Is that would have been far more appropriate to do this listing, this ranking over the English monarchs. I've actually covered only a few English monarchs here and there, and often always indirectly. Whereas here, I was just looking back, and over the last 4 years, I have basically done a thorough sort of entreaty investigation into all of these guys. So it's sort of rather novel in many ways to finally be doing this. I do apologize to everyone. There's going to be a bit of confusion. The ranking thing I have here, I updated it to include a few of the Habsburgs that for some reason they missed, but it is reset and got rid of all of them. So I'm going to be having to reference them with not actually adding them on the tier list, and they've also gotten rid of the order I had them in. So it's going to be a rather haphazard affair. But again, it's just quite interesting going back and doing all of these, later Habsburg series, the rise of the Habsburgs, and returning and doing a cohesive summary in many ways of all of them placed together and placed in contrast with one another. So yes, it should be fun, barring the upset of my previous ranking. How I'm going to organize this chronologically is I'm going to separate them into 3 parts. The first part will be the Austrian Habsburgs, followed by the Spanish Habsburgs, and I have quite a creative way of interpreting, which is Austrian and which is Spanish, and then the House of Habsburg-Lorraine. I already saw in one of the comments before going live that someone wanted me to rank them by jaw. I'll put it very simply. The Habsburgs become more attractive, more or less, as we go forward in the time frame. So after Charles II, the Bewitched, they become more attractive again because they marry into new blood, which isn't Habsburg. They don't have so much in the way of intermarriage, but then it comes back a little bit towards the end with some interesting results. But no, those 3 divisions, the Austrian Habsburgs, the Spanish Habsburgs, and the House of Habsburg-Lorraine. And I think organizing it in those little groups will mean that people have a better context of what exactly we're referring to, because unlike the English monarchs, we're referring to a whole bunch of different places and a lot of different interests and realms and purviews and that sort of thing. So yes, without further ado, I'm going to do what I did last stream, which is I'm going to, of the 3 categories, I'm going to rank what I believe to be the best monarch, and that would be a standard from which to judge all the others and allow us to sort of go over our grading scheme. I also want to put it out there before I ask Rupert for his general thoughts, is that there are, again, some Habsburgs that I intended to leave off this list. One of them, well, 3 honorable mentions, essentially. King Rudolf I, who conquered Austria from the sort of demise of the Babenbergers from Prince Ottokar of Bohemia. Honorable mention. Rudolf IV, with his great privilege, where he awards himself the title of Archduke, which all the Habsburgs will lose subsequently, and tries desperately and in vain to prevent his realm from collapsing in the 14th century, which it does. And Albert the Magnanimous, the heir of the Emperor Sigismund, who in many ways starts the ball rolling for the Imperial Habsburgs, only to die 2 years later with all of his ambitions unfulfilled. And for people asking, this can't, by design, almost be an exhaustive list of all the Habsburgs, because for any of you who are aware of Habsburg history, especially in Austria, you'll know that there are many groupings and divisions within Austria itself: Inner Austria, Lower Austria, Upper Austria, the Tyrol, Further Austria, and all of these places invariably had different rulers. And so as far as cohesion makes sense, I think judging the imperial Habsburgs, first of all, I'm not really going to be able to offer you much in the way of insight or information, or even at the very basic level, interest in delving into all of the obscure, like Leopoldian or Albertine Habsburgs of the 14th century. I have absolutely nothing of interest to be able to offer you in that way. So a saving grace that we're not doing that. So Rupert, any sort of general thoughts, or do you think I'm being overly sort of harsh and dismissive in not counting the Habsburgs before the 15th century?
No, I think it's fair. I mean, apart from anything else, it's the era of the Habsburgs that most people are going to be more familiar with, and it's where things really get going. I think it is kind of, well, we have several figures that are similar, at least, to prior figures that you mentioned, some of the honourable mentions, in that they basically catapult the Habsburgs from a relatively more junior position into a more senior position in terms of like powers, relevant regional to great powers. So we'll at least get some of that, but and we're still covering that. But yeah, I'll be trying to use the same kind of ranking. Probably it'll be a little bit more difficult than in the case of England, because England seems to have had a more gradual accumulation of powers in the monarchy itself, whereas it kind of is a little bit more haphazard when it comes to the Habsburgs, and everything sort of happens all at once towards the end. So it's probably going to be more about how well they survive the various tribulations they find themselves in, and how well they're able to either gain or maintain the various dynastic positions that they've got.
Yes, actually, I think you've changed my mind slightly as to the order to cover this. I think in order to get that relevant context across, I'm going to cover Frederick III first, in order to basically explain what these, this line of the Habsburgs are. A little thing that's always puzzled me, you can see this image that I put up here. This is the portrait of Frederick III by Anton Boys. He was patronized as a court artist of one of the Habsburgs, the lower Habsburgs in Austria in the 16th century, I think, of Ferdinand II. I can't quite remember. But I've always been amazed that Anton Boys was patronized at all, given the fact that virtually all of his Habsburg portraits from the earlier Habsburgs all seem to be morbidly obese. But nevertheless, this Flemish artist was able to win over and give us these I won't even say iconic portrayals, because all the Habsburgs, they tend to form into this sort of grotesque archetype. But nevertheless, this is the Anton Boys portrait of Frederick III. Now, Frederick III is very interesting for many of the points that have been brought up. As I've said, Rudolf I in the 13th century was the one to establish the Habsburgs in Austria. The great privilege was established by Rudolf IV, and Albert the Magnanimous sort of kicked the imperial ball rolling for the Habsburgs. And Frederick III is, the inheritor of many of these different legacies. He inherits this civil war in the Habsburgs between the Albertine and the Leopoldian branches, which break off in the aftermath of Rudolf IV and his failure to preserve the integrity of Austria, so to speak. He becomes emperor because of the machinations of his cousin, Albert the Magnanimous, and him being a very loyal vassal to the Emperor Sigismund, who again is a sort of very interesting cloud hanging over this discussion. The Emperor Sigismund, of course, was not a member of the House of Habsburg. He was a member of the House of Luxembourg, a king of Hungary, a king of Bohemia. He resolved the Great Schism in 1415 with the Council of Constance, a very significant figure. He fought the Ottomans, the Battle of Nicopolis. He established the Order of the Dragon, among many things. But in terms of, you can say, a most enduring legacy, he's the one who basically allowed for the Habsburgs to marry into his family his heir Elizabeth of Bohemia, and thereby we get Albert the Magnanimous. But when it comes to someone like Frederick III, who really is the first of these imperial Habsburgs, something very strange happens, which I've already alluded to. Albert the Magnanimous dies almost instantly, but he leaves behind a son, Ladislaus, and Ladislaus the Posthumous, because he was born after the death of his father. So given the way that the Holy Roman Empire works, the Holy Roman Empire is an elective office, is not a hereditary office. So the closest male line Habsburg of a sufficient age was, of course, Frederick III of the Leopoldian branch of the dynasty, not the Albertine branch of the dynasty. And Frederick III basically imprisons his cousin, the young Ladislaus. And for the beginning couple of decades of his reign, even when it comes to his grand imperial coronation in Rome, Frederick III carries around the young Ladislaus, who by right should be emperor in his place and king of Hungary and Bohemia, but nevertheless is this hostage. And it sets, you can say, the pattern for the way he's going to rule, which is that Frederick III is the great survivor. He was, you can say, berated at the time for being the arch sleepyhead of the Austrian Empire, but it's from Frederick III that we have some iconic elements of Habsburg history. Among them is the famous motto AEIOU, which, depending on whether you take a German translation or a Latin translation, has roughly come to assume the meaning all the world is subject to Austria, which he actually penned even before he became emperor in something like 1435. So I don't know why he decided to take this motto. People have still tried to dispute its meaning, but nevertheless, it proved to be one of the most prescient mottos in all of European history, given the fact that one of the reasons I focused on the Habsburgs and the reason I'm covering them today, I've dedicated so much in the way of history to them on this channel, to the point I've even taken the rather preposterous and pretentious name Apostolic Majesty for the channel, which I feel I can't change now, but then nevertheless there it is because the Habsburgs will go on to become the most significant of all European dynasties. I don't think that's really debatable. And Frederick III, you can say, is the first in this line of imperial Habsburg dynasts, and yet his own reputation is incredibly controversial. Not only do we have the hostage keeping of Ladislaus, who again does him the benefit of dying at a relatively young age, I think in 1457, meaning that Frederick III basically ends the line of his various, rivals. He outlives all of his other family members, allowing for Austria to be united again. His other great rival would soon become the new king of Hungary, Matthias Corvinus, probably one of the greatest, if not the greatest king of Hungary. And how does he succeed against this great, military mastermind who, invades the Holy Roman Empire, invades Bohemia, invades Austria, takes Vienna? He wins against him by outliving him and simply allowing for the course of Hungarian sort of tumultuous politics to take its course and unravel his legacy and the whole succession plan that's been set, or rather hasn't been set. So Frederick III survives, he endures, he outlives all of his opponents, whether it be his own family or his great rivals. In France, of course, we have his other great rival being Charles the Bold, the Duke of Bohemia, and even the King of France, Louis the Universal Spider. All of these great rivals, Frederick III, predecease him. And so well into his 70s, he's basically the last man standing. An appalling military record, incredibly sort of stingy when it comes to fiscal resources, very limited in terms of his ambitions for Europe or Christendom or anything like that, or holding against the Turks. And yet he's the survivor. He has endured, and he has solidified his position over Austria to give his successor and son Maximilian, who I'm going to rate next, a legacy from which to build upon. So maybe I'm being too derisive in looking at him essentially as the man who won by simply outliving all of his rivals. But what do you have to say about the first Habsburg emperor, Rupert?
Yes, no disagreement with anything you've said, except maybe I'd give him a little bit more personal credit beyond just his longevity, because while that was also a tremendous asset, the way that he handled it was also quite important. So he largely abdicates in favor of Maximilian later in life, and sets Maximilian up to kind of get a bit of a running start even before.
You see, that's not actually quite true.
Okay.
It's more a case that Maximilian was simply he inherited his duchy in the Tyrol due to the demise of the other lines of the House of Habsburg. So rather than simply, he didn't have, because we're not talking about kings of France or kings of England. Frederick III couldn't have escheated that territory into his own domain, so instead it was offered to Maximilian. So it wasn't so much that he gave that position, it was more that he didn't have the necessary authority to seize it back. Because when Maximilian decides to take a more assertive role in terms of like defending the empire against the Hungarians and Matthias Corvinus, Frederick III is the one who stymies him at every possible turn, almost sabotaging his campaigns, so he doesn't have to expend resources. Again, that's more of a quirk of Habsburg dynastic politics, that Maximilian happened to become the Prince of the Tyrol, rather than, I believe, any sort of far-sightedness from Frederick III. I believe had he been in the position and had the power to do so, he would have tried to monopolize all power to himself.
Okay, that's definitely a very fair correction then. I'll take that point away from him. I think it's because some of the Habsburgs later seem to have a policy like that. I read it backwards, I guess. But I would probably put more of a emphasis as well on so as you mentioned, his sort of financial stinginess is obviously a tremendous asset. Well, it stands in stark contrast to later Habsburgs, who were always sort of suffering for money, pretty much as a rule rather than an exception. So, he might have been able to achieve more if he was a little bit less, if he was perhaps more frivolous with money and not trying to, as you're saying, hold back Maximilian. But the fact of the financial handling, and in particular the uniting of the Austrian core territories, basically enables a lot of what comes afterwards. And so I think that's quite an important thing going forwards, is that especially for some of the later, or some of the subsequent but still early Habsburgs, Maximilian, for example, had to lean very, very heavily on the core Austrian territories. And so the fact that that was a stable base from which to draw from is pretty much essential to what happens for the next few generations.
But just to emphasize the whole aspect of, outliving all of his opponents, as I mentioned, his cousin, Holy Roman Emperor, the only reason he became Holy Roman Emperor, dies. His other cousin, the son of Albert, Ladislaus the Magnanimous, the posthumous who should have become emperor, dies. Matthias Corvinus, the great king of Hungary, or as you can say even before him, John Hunyadi, the great regent of Hungary, dies. Matthias Corvinus, the great king of Hungary, dies. The list goes on. It's just remarkable in many ways how lucky he is. And I'm not going to actually take that away from him, because as we're going to decide with many of these other characters, some of them are incredibly lucky. And I've added that in their favor in many ways. And I can't sort of ignore the whole sort of Napoleonic maxim, which is the art of genius, or rather a symptom of genius, is the ability to master luck. And in terms of mastering luck, we have what I believed unambiguously to be, just out of curiosity, where you're going to rank him, because I think B is more than generous, I think, given what we've been saying.
Frederick III.
Yes.
Yeah, B, or I'd maybe even go to A, but no, B is definitely fair, if only because I rate his handling and consolidation of Austria to be, I rank that quite highly, but B is fair.
Here we have the Emperor Maximilian, who I've sort of, you may be able to move me down, but provisionally I'm going to put him in S. Of all the Austrian Habsburgs before the end of the dynasty and the new dynasty we have under Maria Theresa, I very much see him as the greatest of the Habsburgs, because unlike the stinginess and the limited ambitions, the Austrian ambitions of his father, Maximilian is the one who establishes the universal monarchy, which later the Habsburgs will build on. That's sort of beyond any contention as far as I'm concerned. In terms of the lists of his achievements, when he's still the heir apparent, the king of the Romans, and the son of the Holy Roman Emperor, merely a prince of the Tyrol, as I mentioned, Charles the Bold, the great lord of Burgundy, the would-be king, dies. Another little anecdote regarding Frederick III is that Charles the Bold had basically abducted the emperor in order to officiate over a coronation ceremony, making Charles the Bold, the king of Burgundy in his own right. And the way Emperor Frederick is able to resolve that is by escaping. So the consummate survivor is Frederick III, but really the legacy in dealing with the situation with the would-be Burgundian king is Maximilian. Later on, Maximilian is the great patron of the arts and the era of the Gutenberg press and the Flemish Renaissance, the Burgundian Renaissance, all of these things, the early German Renaissance. the author of the White King, etc., is that he goes over to marry the richest and most portentous heiress in Europe, Mary of Burgundy, the daughter of the would-be king. He does this basically forestalling an attempt by the French to take over the duchy in its own in its entirety, rather than just skeeting the French territories of Burgundy back. Later on, King Louis XI, one of his great rivals, will admit that this was his greatest mistake in not pursuing a marriage policy as Maximilian does, but in terms of like trying to forcefully appropriate these territories back. Maximilian comes back. He's essentially awarded the position of protector of the realm for the sake of his wife, and then defeats the French duly after, establishing the Habsburgs and the new part of the dynasty, the House of Burgundy, of the House of Habsburg. And in that position, he's only able to serve as this co-ruler for a few years because, very unfortunately, Mary of Burgundy dies prematurely by being thrown off her horse in her early 20s. But nevertheless, Maximilian has sired a son by her, who will later become Philip the Handsome. And so Maximilian's legacy, as far as I'm concerned, is secured by that marriage policy. But then he goes a step further. Maximilian wants to prevent the French from ever coming back and threatening Burgundy and the inheritance of his son. So he attempts to marry the heiress, the Duchess of Brittany. And this actually leads France into a bizarre situation where the King of France, Charles VIII, actually abducts her. I mean, there is an interpretation that this was a willing union, but one interpretation certainly is that a marriage was contracted. It was legally, it was a legal betrothal, and Charles VIII essentially had to abduct the Duchess of Brittany into avoiding this marriage compact, which would have essentially meant, with what we later see with the Spanish Habsburgs, is that France would have been surrounded on all sides, including Brittany. Instead, the French are able to forestall this, and thereafter Brittany will remain essentially in marriage union with the French until becoming an integral part of France itself. So in terms of his ambitions, his grasp of grand strategies, seeing where his rivals are and using marriage as you can say the cliche when it comes to the Habsburgs, other nations may wage war, but you, happy Austria, will marry. It is the gift of Venus as opposed to the gift of Mars, which was the epithet given to Maximilian that time. That broad marriage strategy, as opposed to, again, a device which Frederick III basically is able to creep into power, Maximilian uses it in an exemplary fashion. And of course, the other great marriage policy is marrying his son, Philip the Handsome, to Juana of Spain. This is, again, where you have to consider luck, because Juana was third in line, but through a series of unfortunate incidents and mishaps involving the heirs of the great Catholic majesties Isabella and Ferdinand of Aragon, she becomes the heiress in her own right. And thus, when Isabella of Castile dies in 1506, that means that Philip the Handsome is now the first Habsburg king of Spain by right Jure Uxoris, by right of his wife. So again, that's a very interesting angle where luck, not just prudent marriage policy in terms of winning an alliance against the French, has far exceeded the possibilities which perhaps Maximilian had set out when he arranged that marriage proposal in the first place. Another great marriage proposal for Maximilian, because this list isn't exhaustive, is, as I mentioned, his other great rivals for the Habsburgs were in Bohemia and in Hungary and in Poland. And one dynasty had been able to unite all of these territories, albeit under different kings, but of the same dynasty, which is the now forgotten Jagiellon dynasty. The Jagiellons were, you can say, impressive in terms of the scope of crowns they collected, but they were very much beholden to the nobility in their realms. And so whilst they were titular kings, they had very little authority. So Maximilian basically pursues a policy of rapprochement against his great rivals in the East by marrying, it's called the First Congress of Vienna, marrying members of his family into the Jagiellon house. And what this later means, as we see with the incredible luck with Joanna in Spain, is that when the Battle of Mohacs happens in 1526 and the King of Hungary, Louis II, is killed by the forces of Suleiman the Magnificent, the Habsburgs also inherit Bohemia and they inherit Hungary. So yes, you can say that this is all luck, but you can also say that this is only the fruits of a very far-sighted, and you can say the most successful series of dynastic marriages in all of European, perhaps world history, were inaugurated by Maximilian. But his lists of achievement don't end there. In addition to arranging, you can say, the grand scope of the Habsburgs as being the greatest dynasty in Europe, he is the great patron of arts in his capital of Innsbruck in the Tyrol. In fact, when you look at like 19th century monarchs, whether it be Frederick Wilhelm IV, Prussia, or Ludwig II, the quote unquote mad king of Bavaria and his castles, they all look to Ludwig II as the archetype, the great German lord or the German king emperor in his castle in the mountains. That is the archetype which is spurred on by Maximilian and inspires so many future German rulers later on. He is the great patron of Albrecht Dürer, perhaps the greatest German artist of his age and one of the greatest artists of all time. He commissions great woodblock prints using the Gutenberg press. And the effectiveness of these prints is not only, again, to come up with these incredible works of art and sort of architecture and all of these things meant to exalt the House of Habsburg, but because there are block prints, they could be replicated all across the Holy Roman Empire. And this coincides with his imperial policy. I alluded to earlier the fact that part of the reason why the Habsburgs were able to come to power at all is due to the marriage of the daughter of the Emperor Sigismund to Albert the Magnanimous. Well, the Emperor Sigismund had tried and failed dramatically to reform the empire. He succeeded in, you can say, an incredibly significant way in terms of ending the Western Schism and reuniting the papacy under the papacy in Rome. But as a result, we have a legacy bequeathed to Maximilian of failed Reichsreform or failed imperial reform. Due to the fact that he was always fighting in Bohemia, he was fighting off against the sort of proto-Protestant Hussites and the Taborites, which I'm not sure if you played Kingdom Come Deliverance, but it has some weird implications in terms of pop culture. But with someone like Maximilian, he takes the impetus behind Reichsreform, imperial reform, and he initiates the German penny, which is the common penny, a common, basically, fund for the Habsburgs in order to defend the empire. He's able to introduce the imperial circles, which is basically divisions of leagues and principalities and bishoprics and cities around groups which more or less resemble the old duchies of the Holy Roman Empire, which had long since collapsed, all the way, really, you can say, since the time of the Hohenstaufens. He revives that practice. He initiates the Reichskammergericht, which is the basically an attempt to approximate a center of imperial justice under the emperor, making himself the sole legal authority or the highest legal authority within the empire. Very much, you can say, following off and mold established by other European monarchs centuries preceding him, but the Holy Roman Empire is finally catching up. And so if you take, and making, of course, the city of Augsburg a greater imperial capital within close proximity to his own capital of Innsbruck. So if you take all of these achievements together, it sort of rivals my Henry V rationale, where it's almost his luck and his achievement is almost too significant to the point that it almost becomes unbelievable. And in terms of his marriage policy, that's certainly the case. What's tragic about his imperial policy, his reform policy, is the fact that this is a last hurrah for the Holy Roman Empire. This is the last pre-Protestant Reformation generation. And you can say it's a great what if, had the Reformation not occurred and had the Habsburgs, as emperors, basically, of de facto emperors of Germany, been able to continue this process of reform, expanding their domains into other parts of the empire, including obviously adding Burgundy as its own circle within the Holy Roman Empire, how significant you can say this long-term process of Reichsreform would be. As it so happened, all it did was proved to essentially be an abortive start for a process that was undone by the end of his grandson's reign, Charles V. In terms of, again, the limitations of his reign, he has a very unsatisfying record when it comes to his Italian war policy. For reference, the King of France, Charles VIII, had invaded Italy in 1494. The Holy Roman Emperor had yet to be crowned at this point. He was still only titular King of the Romans because for everyone listening, in order to be Holy Roman Emperor at this time, you still had to receive a papal coronation. He had not as of yet received his papal coronation because he did not believe it was necessarily advantageous to wander into Italy and risk being captured. But it's during this period that you can say he is remarkably pusillanimous. He doesn't, dramatically side with one party until much later in the conflict. And there is, of course, a tragedy, not only the death of his wife, but he suffers an accident, I think in 1501, which causes himself to be far less aggressive, you can say, in his potential military campaigns. But nevertheless, despite the fact that he doesn't involve himself too heavily in the wars, in the Italian wars, the Habsburgs still win anyway, because his grandson will inherit the thrones of Naples, of Sicily, of Sardinia, become Holy Roman Emperor with the last imperial coronation at, Bologna, and also take over Milan as well. So even though he doesn't act aggressively in the Italian wars, ultimately the Habsburgs achieve a hegemony over Italy, which really isn't broken until the 19th century and the Risorgimento, the Italian unification. So again, I've been, very sympathetic to a figure like Maximilian, but I'd be interested to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so initially, no disagreements there, pretty much. The only thing I will say is I've softened a little bit from my initial impression as you've sort of laid out everything, because my first thinking was that because one of his main reformist objectives was to make the imperial title basically a financially self-sustaining thing in itself, without the necessity of his additional realms to supplement his income, to make it worthwhile, to make it viable. He failed to do that, which I considered a point against him initially, but on reflection, perhaps he was just being too ambitious. What he did achieve is impressive. So.
To put this in perspective, he was trying to reverse 150 years of disunification, only using the lands of Austria, because again, he couldn't draw on the bounty and resources of Burgundy or Spain, because he held those provinces by marriage, essentially, and by relatives. So he couldn't impose his will on the rest of the Holy Roman Empire. He didn't even control Bohemia by then. And for reference, up until now, Prague, definitely not Innsbruck, was considered to be the natural capital of the empire, but that was held by one of his rivals who, like I later said, had fallen prey to the Habsburg marriage policy. But for now, the Holy Roman Emperor still had very little in terms of the monopoly of power within the German Empire. So all he could do was appeal to the imperial cities and the leagues against one another, essentially, and try to use, you could say, the implicit power of him being formally, you can say, the Duke of Burgundy, to carry off these reforms and reorganize Burgundy itself into its own imperial circle, which will be carried off by his grandson, Charles V. So in terms of what could reasonably be achieved within the time span of his 20-year reign, I think there's just been so much disunity. We're talking about a period in German history which is literally known as the Great Interregnum. Since the death of really Frederick Barbarossa, there hadn't been a strong ruler in Germany. When you talk about strong Holy Roman emperors, you're talking about Frederick II Stupamundi, and he wasn't even based in Germany. He was based in Sicily. He was based in Palermo. So having this idea of a strong resident emperor in Germany was really a new thing when we come to Frederick III and Maximilian. And in terms of, again, trying to confirm the legacy, because we've alluded to the reason why we're keeping Frederick in B, is exactly the reason you stipulated, which is that he was able, yes, outlive his rivals, but nevertheless the Austrian patrimony was sufficient in order to give the Habsburgs a position in the Holy Roman Empire, a power base, a constituency which they can later build upon. But what Maximilian also establishes, obviously, is that the history of the empire will be determined almost by forces outside of the Holy Roman Empire itself, whether it be in the Low Countries, in Italy, in Spain, in the New World, or in Hungary and the Balkans. So all of these potential avenues for expansion were established by Maximilian, but he didn't commit himself entirely to any of these policies. He could have, say, for example, spent his entire reign trying to shore up his son's possession in Burgundy, but instead he was able to hatch all of these simultaneous plots, which had such significant dividends for the Habsburgs and indeed world history going forward.
One other thing worth mentioning is that he was personally a bit of a military reformer as well, quite successfully. So I believe he experimented with a number of different methods for kind of waging his wars just to see what worked, and he arrived at the Landsknechts, which became renowned for quite a long time as being some of the most fearsome troops around, especially in terms of available as a mercenary force. But in combination with that, I believe he also had recourse to the Burgundian Knights, which came in very handy as well, obviously. So in that sense, I don't know if I'd detract it from him, because it isn't necessarily, well, once again, if we're not discounting luck, then his marriage in that regard was very fortuitous. But the inheritance of the Burgundian military, in that sense, or the cream of the Burgundian military, it was something that enabled quite a lot of his warring, which he was doing pretty much nonstop. And just another final bit, actually, quickly on the finances point. That's kind of funny. Bearing in mind he's waging wars on almost every front, and a lot of the time he's hamstrung almost purely by finances. So he'll raise an army, send it to achieve some objective, and have to pull back early before being able to actually solidify his gains, because he physically cannot pay them anymore. But this is very understandable in light of the fact that again, most of this is coming from, like most of the finances for this is coming from purely the Austrian domains, the core Austrian domains, and then a majority of
the silver mines in the Tyrol and patronizing the Fuggers. And what you mentioned about paying the armies, I mean, this is the era of the Landsknecht. This is the beginning of mercenary armies. So invariably, that's an issue that all European leaders had to deal with in terms of paying their mercenary armies to fight their wars for them.
Yes, definitely. As you said, I was just going to say that even a majority of his monies came from just the Tyrol, which is quite outrageous if you think about wars on behalf of all of Germany being financed almost purely by the Tyrol.
And the Tyrol, for reference, is the little alpine region in Western Austria, for people who have no idea what we're talking about, because I can't use maps and have this tier listing sort of ranking, because I'm not sort of technologically adept enough to be able to alternate between the two. But one other point, because you brought it up regarding the Burgundian knight connection. What other great institution does he patronize from Burgundy? The Order of the Golden Fleece. It's really thanks to Maximilian that the Order of the Golden Fleece becomes the most prestigious knightly order within Europe. And part of, you could say, the reason we have a German Renaissance before the Protestant Reformation is because you can say he imported the Flemish and by extension the Burgundian Renaissance and style into Austria and by extension all of Germany, and the patronage of language and court literature and all that sort of thing. So in all these elements, whether it be politics, whether it be war, for the most part, or marriage policy, diplomacy, enduring artistic patronage, Maximilian, you can say, is almost an archetype for the German ruler going forward, which is ironic because when people were criticizing me for basically what was a thought experiment in conceptual history, which a lot of people weren't really ready for, which is, does Germany exist? A lot of people were pointing to Maximilian as basically the conceptual origins of a German nation state, when many historians actually judge him very harshly for not being German enough. So there are many different reads you can have of Maximilian. But in terms of establishing the Universal Empire, it's, without a doubt, had it not been for Maximilian, that would have been the case. So continuing on, yeah.
One other quick point though, just you reminded me of another note is I am somewhat sympathetic to the argument that he essentially presided over the decline of the Hansa, the Hanseatic leagues and the German trading network in the north, which kind of subsequently shifted the balance of power in terms of Baltic Sea trade, and he basically did that in part to patronize the new Dutch holdings, to ingratiate himself with the Low Countries, as I understand it. And so, yeah, given that region basically moves out of the Habsburg orbit down the line, that's something against him. But well, it's something against him very much in retrospect. So I don't think it's fair to tarnish him with that. But it's it's still something worth pointing out. Definitely not enough to demote him from S, though.
But it's entirely logical for a Habsburg ruler to move the center of world trade and commerce and finance away from other centers outside, such as Florence and Lubeck in Germany, and move them instead to Antwerp. And Amsterdam really is a newfangled thing, really, when it comes to dominating finance to the 17th century. But moving on, this is a list of the Austrian Habsburgs. So I'm going to cover Charles V slightly later on. So we come to Emperor Ferdinand, who, as far as I'm concerned, has a very, I don't know why I'm putting him in S, has a very checkered legacy. He's the other grandson of the Emperor Maximilian. He was given control over Austria by his older brother, Charles V. He would later, by that happenstance of the Battle of Mohacs, become King of Bohemia, and would wrestle with control over Hungary with the Ottomans, a contest which would last for nearly 200 years thereafter. He was also known for his uncompromising stance when it came to the Peasants' Rebellion in Germany, using the Protestant and Catholic noble armies to crush the Anabaptist risings in Swabia. But also he was seen as far more popular among the German principalities because of his far more lenient stance to religion compared to his far more sort of fervently Catholic older brother. And in the end, you could say he betrays his older brother by taking away the Holy Roman Empire, office from what should have been Philip II of Spain, and instead monopolizing it for himself and his successors. And I think in terms of looking at this from the point of view of Catholic monarchy, his very sort of lackadaisical stance when it comes to religion obviously allowed him to become ingratiated on both sides of the conflict. But the issue was that within Austria itself, it caused such a crisis of confidence within the Catholic Church, to the extent that when you have the great humanist institutions like the University of Vienna, all of these institutions are basically barren during the reign of Emperor Ferdinand. It is the Protestant cause that seems to be in the ascendancy, even within the territories of Austria. It's going to take generations, essentially, to undo the Protestant sort of domination within parts of Austria after his reign. So, yes, he's able to appeal to both sides of the conflict, yet at the same time, it's a figure like Ferdinand, who in many ways you can say is not only the precursor to the 30 Years' War, but you can say a precursor to the death of the Universal Empire led by the Habsburgs. The division, you can say, between Austria and Spain by Charles V was pragmatic, assuming that Ferdinand would be, a loyal vassal to him and would be able to essentially appraise the situation in Germany on the ground far better. But ultimately, it will turn out that Charles V will have to intervene personally to deal with the Protestant princes of the Schmalkaldic League. So, as a result, Ferdinand has a very, very checkered legacy within Austria and within Habsburg history more generally.
Yeah, I'm struggling with the counterfactual a little bit, because it sort of seems to me that on the basis of Ferdinand II's later success in dealing quite harshly with the Protestant issue and so especially in the core Austrian lands, and I think it was Matthias who kind of ran into the problem of going down the Ferdinand line and trying to be accommodating to Protestants, but ultimately just having them demand more. Makes me wonder whether, yes, as you're saying, Ferdinand I is essentially setting up future problems, or whether he is kind of an appropriate man for the moment, if only because the region and the empire perhaps needs just a little bit more stability, and just cannot afford to fight on every front all at once. I guess depending on what your perspective is on that will color whether you think he is a prudent ruler or a frivolous ruler. I don't necessarily have a hard opinion.
Well, the perspective also is that he prioritized the Protestant princes in Germany for his diplomacy in order to deal with the Ottomans in the east who were ravishing Hungary and attacking Venice. And
And
under
granted,
Suleiman, yeah, and under
and,
Suleiman the Magnificent, they were, at their peak, the Ottomans. So contemporary with Ferdinand, you could say, was the greatest threat to Europe ever posed by the Turks until 1683.
and granted, at that point, I think he was still able to get the Protestant princes to actually fight as a like a united front against the Turks. So that's not nothing.
And another issue, of course, is that the Reformation is actually quite successful in Hungary, especially among the Ottoman territories. So from, again, his perspective, any sort of lasting situation where he can win over the nobility and the princes within war-torn Hungary is contingent on not just being seen as a Tridentine Catholic exponent, which later emperors like Leopold will become, and prove that that doesn't have to be the case. So are you comfortable leaving him in C, or do you want to elevate him or lower him?
I think C is probably fair, yes. If only because I don't have a solid opinion on, like I said, that counterfactual. So it's hard to tarnish him too much with later consequences as much as it is his successors.
Yes, I don't want to engage too much in a teleology of history where he is responsible for the 30 Years' War. All I can say is that Ferdinand II wouldn't seem so abrupt and so incongruous a figure had it not been for figures like Ferdinand basically undermining the cause of the Habsburgs as a Catholic dynasty, which is very much the position established by Maximilian and established by his brother Charles V. So there was, you could say, a fundamental ideological and religious incompatibility between the two figures. One who was far more realpolitik compared to the other, who was, I would say, the sort of last great bastion of chivalric monarchy in Europe. But there we are. And Maximilian, that I have nothing to say about Maximilian. He seems to just be a symptom of all the issues that we brought up regarding Ferdinand, but far more indifferent and just a figure who basically stands as one of these interim leaders before the 30 Years' War, not really doing anything to allay the situation. And also, it should be mentioned, as we saw during the time after Rudolf IV in the 14th century, the Habsburg domains are also being divided as well. So not only is he weak within the Holy Roman Empire, but he's also weak within Austria itself, which is being divided among other members of the family who have their own policies towards religion and how to deal with the Protestant princes. So I'm content to put him in sort of D or F.
D, I think, seems fair, probably. He's not actively catastrophic to the Habsburg cause, but it does sort of seem like his policies towards the Protestants is less forgivable, perhaps, than Ferdinand I, if only because it doesn't seem to be done with a greater grand strategy in mind. Or at least it doesn't seem to be done towards a particular end in the way that Ferdinand I comes across.
You can't really blame him for continuing a strategy that wasn't his own. And you just have to contrast these figures with Philip II and say that, okay, if you're going to look at the Habsburg as a grand family unit, having figures like Maximilian for Philip II is, if nothing more, just a liability due to the fact that they're not actively helping in a way that Philip II, say, for example, would want when it comes to the rebellion in the Netherlands. So there's always that point to consider, not just when it comes to the empire, not just when it comes to Catholicism, but we're judging the Habsburgs. We're also judging how useful these figures are to the Habsburgs as a firm, a firm all across the world. And in that case, Maximilian is rather useless. And a far more interesting character, but I would say politically just as disastrous, is the Emperor Rudolf. For reference, Rudolf is not known really at all for his politics. He's known for his interesting lifestyle, in terms of his repleteness, his bastards he sired, his unconventional sort of sexual antics, to sort of put it mildly, his patronage of the occult, his patronage of figures like John Dee, his sponsorship of alchemy. You can say he was an earlier sort of sympathizer with the Rosicrucians, who would later be a major sort of force, against the Habsburgs in the 30 Years' War. a great patron of the arts. In particular, we're talking about the sort of the Mannerist, sort of Northern European Flemish art. So he's remembered as this great dynastic patron. There are sort of incredible buildings that he left behind, like the sort of Czech ossuary, the sort of bone collection that we see. I forget exactly what chapel it's in, but he was a great artistic patron in the city of Prague, and it's probably in Prague that he has his greatest legacy, because he decided to make that his sort of pro tem imperial capital, because he was also its king. And he was relatively popular there, but outside of the Habsburg domains, he was not only weak, but he was also incredibly weak within Austria, as we'll later see, because he's one of these very rare figures who is actually deposed, and he's deposed by someone who has been forgotten in the tier list. Like I said, I included him, but then it reset and I've lost him again, so you're just going to have to use your imagination, people in the chat, which is Emperor Matthias, who dethroned the Emperor Rudolf as a result of the Brothers' War between the Habsburg dynasty. So not only politically is he essentially allowing all of these, occult and heterodox influences within Austria and within the empire, not only is he basically doing virtually nothing, as all of these princes within the empire are becoming far more powerful at the expense of the Habsburgs, but he's also causing a civil war, literally, in his own family, that will have to be undone by Matthias and ultimately by his cousin Ferdinand II. So he is very well remembered for his artistic patronage. He's also the commissioner of the iconic Austrian crown, the crown of Rudolf II, which was never actually used for a coronation ceremony. So it's interesting that the crown has become so emblematic of all the heraldic devices and such of the pageantry we associate with the Catholics. It all comes from Rudolf, but in terms of his political legacy, I think it's almost universally agreed that it was a disaster.
Yeah, I tend to tie up Rudolf with Matthias and the general sort of conflict between the two of them. So I guess it depends on where you want to ascribe the blame as to whether you rank one more highly than the other. I'd be tempted to rank them both incredibly low, if only because they both feed into this conflict, and they both do a lot to undermine other Habsburgs. So in the case of Rudolf II, you've especially got the Letter of Majesty in 1609, which the Bohemians later used as part of a justification in sparking the initial revolt that started the sparked the 30 Years' War, more or less. And then Matthias later does something similar in the Low Countries. We'll get to it, but yeah.
Well, but just for reference with Rudolf, that's part of the reason he was so popular in Bohemia. He was popular in Bohemia because he was basically undermining his own rule in Bohemia in order to ingratiate himself with the local nobility. The local nobility who believed still that the Habsburgs were there by the grace of an elective monarchy. They were there because they were received by the nobility, not because they held any sort of hereditary distinction or right to it, as the later Habsburgs would claim over Bohemia. So in virtually all respects, he was undermining Habsburg rule in order to stay around. I would be content to put him in F, if not for the artistic legacy that he bequeathed. And I would be somewhat inclined to put him in F, were it not again for the fact that he was deposed by his brother Matthias, who isn't on this list, unfortunately. So we're just going to sort of reference it. It doesn't really matter too much because we're going to put him in the same category as D, I think. But yes, he is just symptomatic of the same problem, which is following Ferdinand and between Ferdinand II. There's just this complete gaping hole in the sort of fall of Habsburg control within Austria itself, to the point that it really is Philip II who is overshadowing all of these figures. But of course, now Philip II is dead, and so it's incumbent upon the Austrians to do something now that the Spanish Habsburgs have diminished so much in terms of their personality. And the fact that they're not doing anything, again, would seem incredibly detrimental to the cause of the empire and the Habsburgs.
I would still put him in F, if only because correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say that the arts patronage and such does not actually do much for the Habsburg dynasty itself, sort of as a polity or as a dynasty. So yeah, looking at it strictly in terms of how he handled rule and how he managed Habsburg affairs, and whether he left, or whether he elevated or caused decline in the Habsburgs, I would say, yeah, F.
For people in the chat, I just want to emphasize that I have covered all of these figures, various levels of depth over the last 4 years. So if you do actually have any, this could be a sort of semi Q&A. If you have any interesting questions you want to pose from any of the written scripts or any of the streams that I've done over the last 4 years, because I've talked about these figures extensively, and it's kind of interesting in many ways being able to contrast them together. As you'll know, for people who watch my 30 Years War stream, which is the only time I've covered Rudolf and Matthias and Maximilian II, is that I don't think they're very consequential, effective, or even politically interesting figures. Rudolf is interesting for reasons which are completely non-political. Which comes to the interesting figure, if I can find him on this list, Ferdinand II, which I really need to contextualize the utter disaster in Germany and Austria, which presages everything regarding his reign. As I mentioned, the Protestant Reformation had taken quite a strong hold within Austria itself, and within the domains of Ferdinand's family, because he wasn't part of the main branch of the Habsburgs following in the line of Emperor Ferdinand I. They're dead now, and so this is a new branch of the Habsburgs from I think it's from Inner Austria, which are taking over power now. And unlike the mainline Habsburgs in Vienna and Prague, the House of Ferdinand II had been able to consolidate a Catholic presence within Austria again by winning over key members of the higher nobility and ostracizing members of the lower nobility, and also appealing directly to the burghers and the cities in order to essentially re-establish Catholicism as the state religion. They also ally conclusively with the Jesuit order, and he is in fact Jesuitly educated Ferdinand II, hence why he's lambasted and treated basically as nothing than this reactionary zealot. But nevertheless, it's under his aegis, essentially, and the aegis of his particular branch, the Habsburgs, that the Catholics are able to restore their prestige and power, basically putting them on a footing similar to Philip II in Spain. But of course, whilst that power is reasserted and reconsolidated within Austria, it has implications for the rest of Germany, because the Holy Roman Emperors have to deal with so many issues. The issue with Ferdinand is because the Habsburgs had declined so significantly. It should be also mentioned that since Ferdinand I, the Habsburgs never bothered to ever get crowned in Rome again. Such, you can say, is the peripheral concerns for them in terms of seeking papal approval, that they remain in Germany, and thereafter they're given the dignity of the elected emperor rather than the crowned emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. So that's a significant thing to point out in terms of the devolution of their Catholic position and their role of protectors of broader Christendom. So Ferdinand II comes to power, and again, given the shock of this Catholic absolutist ruler coming to power in Austria following the predecessors that he had, his contention basically to be Holy Roman Emperor is disputed, and he's deposed in what should have been his throne in Bohemia, for that exact reason that I mentioned regarding the presumptions of the privileges and nobility, and that they believed it was an elected position. Many of the Protestant nobility in Bohemia had basically reached an ascendancy under Emperor Rudolf. And so you have the great moments, the defenestrations of Prague during these earlier moments within the 30 Years' War. And they elect the Bohemians the Elector of the Palatine, the father of one Rupert, Prince of the Rhine, the Winter King, to become King of Bohemia, who was also a Protestant. Not only a Protestant, but he's considered the leading Protestant ruler in Germany. And he's also allied through marriage to King James I of England. again, with the expectation that he was going to bring his force to bear basically against Catholic Germany. So right from the beginning, the forces are so assembled that the moment Ferdinand II assumes the rank, basically, or you can say the presumption of becoming the Habsburg ruler, all of his realms basically are pitted against him. And such is the disaster, which essentially you can say could have resulted in the Habsburgs being dethroned and the Wittelsbachs of the Palatinate and a Protestant dynasty in Germany, perhaps making the Holy Roman Empire and Germany in general Protestant. Alas, this did not happen. In 1620, the forces of Ferdinand, arrayed against the Bohemian nobility, win one of the most decisive and consequential victories in the whole history of the Habsburg Empire, which is the Battle of White Mountain. And the consequence of the Battle of White Mountain is that not only is the Winter King, the Elector Frederick, deposed and sent back to the Palatinate, and will actually in many cases be dispossessed of the Palatinate by the Catholic electors of Bavaria, but that the Protestant nobility in Bohemia would never reascend to be the threat they posed, say, for example, during the reign of Matthias or the reign of Rudolf. So Catholic power is stamped assiduously over one of the most contentious provinces within the empire. And in terms of being able to establish this achievement, turning a province which had basically frustrated so many of the Luxembourger king emperors before, Sigismund failed to deal with the situation in Bohemia. George Podebrady failed to deal with the situation in Bohemia. Matthias Corvinus failed to deal with the situation in Bohemia. King Vladislaus failed to deal with the situation in Bohemia. Ferdinand I failed to deal with the situation in Bohemia. So that, again, is just to emphasize the victory for Ferdinand II in Bohemia. Yes, he's remembered for his limited success throughout the rest of Germany throughout the 30 Years' War, but the most consequential victory for the Habsburgs in that war was one of the first ever battles they faced at the beginning, and thereafter one of the most populous provinces within the empire, the natural, you can say, seat of the Holy Roman Empire in Bohemia and Prague, becomes a bastion for the Catholics and a bastion for the Holy Roman Emperor, all the way up until we had the nationality conflicts in the 19th century. So that achievement really is significant. But of course, this precipitates a series of coalition wars, because not only does the emperor now want to assert his control over his own dynastic territories, which had almost been lost to him, but he wants to revoke basically all of the encroachments done by the Protestants since the great capitulation by the Emperor Charles V at the Peace of Augsburg, nearly 100 years before, which is basically to stamp out Calvinism as a religion within the empire. Just for reference, not only was the Elector, the Winter King, a Calvinist, but also the Elector of Brandenburg and later Prussia was also a Calvinist. So Calvinism was creeping. And there was also this notion that many of the ecclesiastical, i.e. the bishopric held provinces within the empire, were also turning and becoming Protestant as well. And then, of course, you have the electors and the dukes of Saxony, and you have the Landgrave of Hesse, all of these other very powerful Protestant princes within the empire. So Ferdinand approves of this great general, von Wallenstein, who becomes one of the leading potentates of this new, basically, rising nobility in Bohemia. And Wallenstein basically is able to impose imperial authority within Germany in the 1620s in a way that hadn't been seen since Charles V. And it's from the success that we begin seeing European coalitions. First of all, it's the Danish. The Danish coalition is disastrous. Then we have the Swedish coalition. The Swedish coalition is terrifying for the Habsburgs. Much of the aspirations of establishing a Habsburg navy in the Baltic Sea, Wallenstein basically creating his own sort of imperial aligned principality in the north. All of these are sort of frustrated with the intervention of Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden and the modern sort of Lutheran monarchy of Sweden. Even with the death of Gustavus Adolphus, I believe it's the Battle of Lutzen, the Habsburg position never really recovers. So in 1635, again, I'm going off memory, Ferdinand agrees to the Peace of Prague, which basically allows for a situation of the status quo antebellum in Germany, which is that there will be a religious peace and the Protestant privileges will be retained, essentially. And what does this do? This causes another coalition intervention in the form of France. and it's during the French intervention which Ferdinand dies in. So based on everything I've basically been saying, if Ferdinand wanted to establish imperial authority over the rest of the empire, it was almost an impossible situation. If he wanted to reverse Protestantism in general and impose Catholicism over the empire, that was impossible. But that's the accusation that's been leveled against him. And if you know anything about the 30 Years' War, you know that the ambitions of the Habsburgs never reached that far by any means at all. But nevertheless, it's under Ferdinand II that we see the Austrian Habsburgs take the decisive, proactive role in dealing with Protestantism away from the Spanish Habsburgs, who basically act as much more of an ancillary force in dealing with these conflicts. And you can say that this is the precursor for the Austrian Habsburgs eclipsing Spain. So an incredibly significant figure, incredibly controversial figure, especially if you're a Protestant and especially if you're sort of a German nationalist. But nevertheless, there he is. I'll be very interested to hear your thoughts on Emperor Ferdinand.
Well, unfortunately, as an ardent Wittelsbach partisan, I must insist that he be put in F. Joking aside, I think there's another interesting thing. So you mentioned Wallenstein, but the way that as we've been saying prior, so a lot of the wars up to this point have been primarily financial issues. So although they are capable of raising troops and winning the battles, the financial pressures make it difficult to actually sustain any sort of like longer term gains from a lot of the wars. And the thing that the innovation that Ferdinand II brings is that he kind of outsources it to Wallenstein quite largely, in sort of in combination with Tilly. But Wallenstein mainly, who he basically sets up this deal where Wallenstein will pay for much of the army himself, as I understand it, but in return he keeps all the loot. And there was another point to the deal, but I can't remember what it was. But the main thing is that he keeps most of the loot, which managed to enrich him personally very greatly, of course. And probably contributed quite significantly to the devastation of the 30 Years' War in the regions where Wallenstein operated, because it probably encouraged him to do a lot more looting than would otherwise be conducted, perhaps.
I mean, to be fair to Wallenstein, I mean, all of that what you say is true. And it's also very interesting about the way the war was basically conducted as a private war on behalf of, what could have been like a German warlord establishing his own principality. And of course,
so this is the point. Yes.
Yeah.
I was just going to say.
I just want to finish my point.
Sorry.
But that fear of German warlordery and breaking up and establishing a potential power center results in basically the complicity of the emperor in his assassination later on. So it's very interesting. But just to point on your devastation thing, yes, I think Wallenstein is very much culpable for that. But if you look at mercenary conflicts in general, I think it doesn't really matter had it been Wallenstein or another figure, because the other armies, even the professional Swedish army at the time, was involved in this horrific looting, including the looting of the city of Prague, which was one of the greatest moments of devastation within the war. The war was absolutely terrifying. It lasted for longer than 30 years, slightly longer than 30 years, and resulted in the deaths of about 5 million people and the depopulation of a lot of northern and central Germany, and the devastation of places like Brandenburg in particular. So yes, Wallenstein has a great deal of culpability, but such was the state of warfare in the time, where people were fighting as much for loot as their ostensible religious causes, if not more so, to be quite frank.
Yes, so you preempted me a little bit there. So I think Germany in general lost something like 25% of its population, I think, but that's heavily concentrated into certain areas that lost 2/3, maybe even 3/4 of their population. So yeah, absolutely horrendous in certain places. But so not only is Ferdinand II able to bring this innovation that allows the war to be fought without completely crippling and ruining Austria, perhaps permanently, he's then able to manage successfully the potential downsides of a kind of outbreak of warlordism, and someone like Wallenstein setting himself up as a competitor, perhaps to the imperial power through purely militaristic means. Obviously, that's done in a fairly underhanded way, but the end result is that he's able to successfully waged the war and then successfully managed the consequences of waging the war in the way that was necessary. So from the Austrian perspective, it's very effectively managed. And I think you can put a lot of that down to Ferdinand II personally.
And of course, the other main contention is that a lot of the war effort was taken up by his ally, the Elector Maximilian, the Great Elector of Bavaria. And so that again ensured that a lot of the war was being fought against the Wittelsbach branch of the family in the Palatinate, which was part of the pretext for why the French were eventually involved. So the fact that it wasn't just Tilly, it wasn't just Wallenstein, but it was also the Elector of Bavaria who was given the position of the Elector due to his allegiance to the Habsburgs in that time. We have this bizarre situation, everyone, where if I'm going to be completely Machiavellian, the situation benefited Austria greatly in the fact that it was Germany that was despoiled and not Austria. So relatively, Austria and Bohemia became far wealthier and powerful compared to the German princes within the empire. You can look at that and say that's absolutely horrific, but nevertheless, that was the effect of his policies.
Yeah, purely just measuring outcomes of whether it benefited or diminished the Habsburgs, particularly in this case, the Austrian Habsburgs. It was a tremendous success. But yes, if you're looking at it from a German nationalist perspective or something, then it's pretty horrendous and gives a lot of reason to dislike Ferdinand II in particular, but perhaps the Habsburgs in general.
But I think based on the metrics in which we're judging, and we judge Maximilian, you can't obviously judge him as a bad ruler. I think especially given the situation, I would be inclined to put him on almost like a B+ tier. I would rate him higher than Frederick, given the situation he inherited, but I can't put him in A, simply due to the fact that his grander expectations were frustrated by the precipitation of coalition wars. And of course, he incited 3 major coalition wars against him.
I think given the risks that were on the table and what he managed to not only avert, but then achieve instead, I think A is fair to my mind, but B is...
Well, no, this is quite interesting because I think a lot of people will be rather annoyed with us for placing such a controversial ruler in such a high-ranking position, especially sort of Protestant German nationalists in the chat. If there are any, I do apologize. But based on the expectations and the dynastic goals and the politics of the empire, basically Ferdinand was more successful than his situation essentially would give credence to, which puts it in interesting contrast to his successor, Emperor Ferdinand. Emperor Ferdinand is the one who ends the war, whereafter it's basically become the main war is now between the Habsburgs and the French, not between the Habsburgs and the princes and the empire. And so basically the Peace of Westphalia is recast as a new sort of entirely recontextualized conflict, which is that Ferdinand III places himself as the emperor, protector of the German princes against French aggression. It's no longer about Protestantism and Catholicism as far as Ferdinand III is concerned. That conflict has now been settled under the reign of his predecessor, Ferdinand II. Protestantism in Germany is there to stay, but the Catholic position has been somewhat strengthened. Now the main opposition isn't against the Protestant princes. Even Sweden has been damaged by this, but against France, another great Catholic power. And so you can say that the Peace of Westphalia, which gave rights to Calvinist princes and also establishes the German liberty, you can basically say it's a return to the politics that we saw before Maximilian, where you have the great privilege of the Golden Bull of 1356, which divided up the empire and gave the princes and the hereditary right essentially to elect Holy Roman emperors, all that sort of thing. This sort of normalization of the Holy Roman Empire and the acceptance of this religious division, it completely makes a nonsense of the holy pretensions of the Holy Roman Empire. And it makes it, again, more of a parochial German concern that the interests of now the Habsburg Empire lies in being able to basically pacify the German princes to prevent them allying with France. And what better way to do that than present France as the aggressor, as the invasive power, which of course France will prove over and over and over again for the next 50 years during the reign of Louis XIV. So you can say essentially that Ferdinand III is a surrender. In many ways, it's a great sort of retrenchment of the imperial positions and the ambitions of Ferdinand II. But nevertheless, in terms of recasting that role as being the Empire versus France, he is successful in that, and he establishes the trend that will be continued for the Habsburgs really up until the end of the Holy Roman Empire. But it comes at such a great cost, which is the religious core of the empire. So I'll be interested to hear your thoughts.
I think it's a pretty impressive piece of diplomacy in a way that it's able to be crafted in that way. The peace and the aftermath of the war is able to be sort of reshaped in that fashion. So I'm sure at the time there would have been plenty more bad blood, but the fact that it was sort of able to be, that didn't represent a sort of like a lingering split in the empire that ultimately destroyed it after, shortly afterwards is kind of miraculous in itself. And yeah, possibly impossible without the later French intervention kind of making evident the more national partisan concerns that we're gonna play into politics going forward. But it's I think it is quite an achievement in itself that even the empire was kept together after that.
Yes, just on the note about the 30 Years' War, Gustavus Adolphus actually reached as far as Bavaria and despoiled much of that territory. So just falling in the Habsburg policy of letting other sort of great aspiring rulers, yes, they can form their petty lorddoms and acquire territories, but as a result, they're going to bankrupt. And in the case of Wallenstein, they're going to lose their lives. So Ferdinand II, obviously, being this great example of divide and conquer. Yes, I think I'm inclined to put him in C. If nothing for basically, he is very similar to a Ferdinand I figure in that Ferdinand I prioritized internal stability and peace within the empire for the sake of allowing for the Protestant princes to face an external threat. In the case of Ferdinand, it was the Turks, and in the case of Ferdinand III, it's the French. So I think almost their policies are nicely mirrored in that way and would merit them being side by side here.
Yeah, that's definitely a good call, I would say. The comparison works as well because they're both working on sort of solidifying their internal hereditary domains. And obviously, in the case of Ferdinand III, that ended up being very fortuitous for later history, given that we know that the authority of the imperial title and the empire itself is not going to be reformed. So focusing on the Austrian territories is going to be more significant going forward.
Yes, this is all very interesting. I've even thought about doing a stream on Wallenstein. The issue is, people, if you're going to ask a stream for me, my brain is just I flit. I flit so much between incredibly disparate ideas for what to do on this channel. And if you look at the last sort of 20 streams I've done on this channel, that should be completely in evidence to you. So I've had it on my mind to do a Wallenstein stream for a while. But in particular, not only did he want to become the first Grand Imperial Admiral and establish a Habsburg list in the presence in the Baltic, but he also thought about establishing himself as a lord over Pomerania, in particular, which may have included Holstein and Schleswig and all those areas in Jutland. So incredibly ambitious and interesting, and talk about the theatrical portrayals like that of Schiller, who has a lot of things to say regarding the implications of the 30 Years' War on German nationality. Now, Leopold, the first of my quote-unquote series of the later Habsburgs. I have a very high opinion of Leopold. I'm inclined to put him in A. I won't put him in S for reasons that we'll encounter, but given the position he inherited, which was essentially a weakened empire after the decisive French intervention by Cardinal Richelieu, which basically toppled Spain and the Habsburgs and made France the dominant power within Europe, the first nation among Europe, especially among the Catholics. The expectation during Leopold's reign was that the Spanish Empire was going to collapse, the Habsburg Empire, because of Charles, was going to end, and his empire would potentially end as well, because all of these other extraneous branches, the Habsburg family, were dying out. So he saved the dynasty by being able to produce two sons by his second marriage, and by able to inject new fresh blood, which wasn't just the result of incest, by marrying into the house of Wittelsbach-Neuburg and the Rhine. So he's able to produce Emperor Joseph and Emperor Charles VI. So that's a significant achievement. But he's positioning the Holy Roman Empire against two forces which are, in terms of their numerical and resource advantages, are almost insurmountable and pose an existential threat, which is the French on the one hand, under their greatest king, Louis XIV, and resurgent Ottomans under the Köprülü family of pashas, in particular Mustafa Kemal Pasha. The French have been expanding at the expense of the Habsburgs now for decades and decades. And by the 1660s and the 1670s, they were on the precipice of conquering all the lands on the left bank of the Rhine, including the Austrian Netherlands, sorry, the Spanish Netherlands at this point. And they also had a significant claim to be the successors of the Habsburgs in Spain as well through marriage. And then on the Eastern Front, with the resurgent Ottomans, you have the invasion, the largest invasion of the Ottomans into Europe at that point, 300,000 men at the Siege of Vienna in 1683. And Leopold is able to marshal a grand coalition, the Holy Alliance. Others have termed it basically the last crusade in the conventional sense, involving the papacy, various allies in Germany, and most importantly, the Polish winged hussars under King Jan Sobieski, who were able to win a decisive victory against the Ottomans in 1683, to the extent that you can basically say it's, as we mentioned with the Battle of White Mountain, being so pivotal for the Habsburgs in terms of establishing their control over Bohemia thereafter. This is the same for Hungary. The Habsburgs are able to reconquer the entirety of Hungary in terms of its greater borders, the borders of St. Stephen in the medieval era, and they're able actually to go further. And then add to that, not only is Leopold able to hold his own against King Louis XIV, but when you have finally the War of Spanish Succession that they've been preparing for decades now, it again looks as if the French are going to win. The French have basically won a great ally in the form of the Bavarians under Maximilian, who is again the governor of the Spanish Netherlands as well. So it would seem as if the French have all the advantages. And then you have the great Austrian general of Eugene von Savoy, combined with perhaps one of the greatest British generals of all time, John Churchill, the Duke of Marlborough, who were able to win a decisive victory in the year of his death in 1705 at the Battle of Blenheim, which conquers Bavaria for the duration of the war and essentially allows the Habsburgs to make substantial gains at the expense of the new sort of Bourbon Spanish monarchy. And then you add to that the fact that despite his weird appearance, one of the most sort of brilliant examples of the Habsburg jaw, his really sort of uncouth and unprepossessing sort of personality, he's able to turn himself into the archetype of the theatre king by patronizing and trying to outdo all of the court rituals that we see in Versailles in his own sort of Baroque court in Vienna. And in addition to that, we have this wonderful sort of epithet given to him by Leibniz, one of the great German polymaths of history, saying that when an emperor died or when a new emperor was consecrated, the intention by the Senate was that one would be more fortunate than Augustus or better than Trajan. But in the case of Leopold, may future emperors wish to be as holy and as victorious. In the case of Leopold, he was very rare for that time, in complete opposition to Louis XIV. He was a devout family man. He wouldn't take a mistress. And like I said, he was able to shore up the endurance of the dynasty. And he was also a very sort of pious Catholic in his own right. So on all those levels, he's given the situation he was basically against, he was able to defeat both of them, which given, again, Austria was the weaker of the three, seems, almost incredible, given the fact that also it should be mentioned, Austria had significant help in the case of the Ottomans with the Polish, in the case of the French with the British. The other point to mention, however, is in terms of weakening this position, is that he did very little in terms of trying to reform the empire itself and trying to make it more efficient. Basically, the proviso established by Ferdinand III was agreed at that of the German liberty. Within Bohemia, there was little in the way of internal reform. And in terms of him entering Hungary, you can say his greatest mistake was that he didn't enter into Hungary as a liberator. He entered into Hungary as a conqueror. He didn't try to win over and form a great alliance with the Hungarian nobility. Instead, he tried to impose a hereditary Baroque Catholic administration over Hungary, which was successful. It was very successful in terms of re-Catholicizing Hungary, albeit leaving behind a strong Calvinist contingent, which persists to this day. But nevertheless, it was a cause of huge animosity between the Habsburgs and the Hungarians moving forward that would never be resolved. So that's why I wouldn't rate him as an S. And you can also say the fact that his greatest victories weren't won for him, but by his allies in the form of Jan Sobieski and the form of John Churchill. But I'd be very interested to hear your view on Leopold. Someone in the chat's mentioning him, Leopold the Great.
Yes, definitely no argument. Well, a tiny bit of argument actually with the point on Hungary, because if anything, I just see Hungary to be such a persistent problem that it's sort of hard to see him having much more success than he did. He managed to achieve what he wanted and suppress the discontent that arose seemingly out of it, and so it's sort of hard to see how he could have had too much more success there. Giving him too much credit for the achievements of someone like a Eugene of Savoy, so obviously getting the benefit of Churchill, I find that hard to give him too much personal credit for that, because he sort of benefited in one way just from the sort of snubbing of Eugene of Savoy by, I think it was France, who was Eugene's first request or desire to serve, but they turned him down, so he went off to Austria instead, and obviously became a very great general on their behalf. But it should be said that he does seem to have been quite good at managing the international diplomatic relations. So I think it is to his credit that he was able to bring the Poles in and it must be said also the Bavarians and the Saxons, part of the major contingents of the Imperial Army that relieved Vienna as well. So this is sort of an achievement in itself, I would say.
No, it's an incredible achievement, and that's just talking about the Holy League, which of course has full papal backing by Innocent IX, I may be misremembering. But his other great diplomatic coup is in the fact that he flips around and changes the conventional alliances in the West and is able to firmly ingratiate the Austrians with both England and the Netherlands. The Netherlands in particular had been the great enemy of the Habsburgs for centuries, and England, of course, had been pro-French up until the Glorious Revolution. So the Habsburgs were able to win over incredibly strong allies to deal with the French issue as well. Of course, it served the interests of William III, as we mentioned, to affect that policy nevertheless. But Leopold was able to go along with it and use it to great effect in terms of the War of Spanish Succession. So that can't be sort of understated.
And one other thing, that although you can't give Leopold himself too much credit for, someone like Eugene of Savoy's achievements, I think it is definitely prudent the way that the border was managed at a kind of more organizational level. So as I understand it, the borders with the Ottomans were especially problematic because they had a tendency to basically foment a kind of ongoing irregular warfare. And so that represented a fairly persistent problem and meant that border troops were incredibly important. And the Austrians for a long time seemed to sort of struggle with that during the sort of earlier part of the period that we're talking about. But after Leopold, partly probably due to the greatness of the defeat that they were able to inflict on a more conventional battlefield level, but also the doing things like the resettling of large amounts of Serbs to function as border troops, which they were obviously already quite adept at that kind of warfare. I don't think after this point the border with the irregular warfare on the border with the Ottomans was ever as much of a problem as it was prior to this period. So that's also quite significant.
Now, as I mentioned earlier, the the software I'm on reset my my editions and got rid of a very significant ruler who everyone else forgets, but I won't. The first son of Leopold, Emperor Joseph I. So you'll just have to listen to my opinion. And for reference, I'm going to rank him as a B. Rupert may or may not agree with me, because I basically see him, given my Guelph versus Ghibelline proclivities. I'm obviously pro Ghibelline, and I obviously sort of I'm in love with Dante. Is that he is in many ways a Henry VII de Luxembourg type figure, a Habsburg entering into Italy and really wanting to stamp the seal of Habsburg imperial approval in Italy as the War of Spanish Succession is going on. Really, you can say that Ghibelline issue of being able to take control of Italy, take control of the papacy, and use them against France, because the papacy had been pro-French up until that point, was the great achievement of Emperor Joseph, even if it came at the expense of pursuing the more lofty goals of supporting his brother to be King of Spain and helping the British in their war efforts more generally. Rather, Joseph was very keen to assert the interests of Austria as opposed to the interests of his coalition allies, England and the Dutch, in that war. He was also really one to establish you can say, a separate court against his father, whilst his father was still alive. The new court, or the young court of the Emperor Joseph, which focused on the idea of imperial reform, what you're basically going to see later with his namesake Joseph II, in streamlining the institutions of the Erbländer, or the imperial core territories in Bohemia and Austria. And in that way, he was basically a precursor, but given the war situation, he wasn't able to achieve that much. And the reason I look at Leopold as having a very mitigated success in Hungary is because one of the things that the situation in the War of Spanish Succession would essentially precipitate is that Joseph would have to grant many concessions to the Hungarians to prevent them revolting on the scale they ultimately will try to do during the span of that war. The Hungarian rebels are defeated by the Habsburgs, but they have to grant concessions because there will be rebellions. Essentially, only one ruler, as far as I'm concerned, was able to manage the affair successfully. One will talk about Mary Theresa. But even though he's basically forgotten to the point that the person who created this list also forgot him, I don't think he can be forgotten, because I look at him as the last Ghibelline Habsburg emperor, and his death basically ended the serious interest of the Habsburgs in terms of controlling all of Italy, or establishing a Habsburg hegemony over Italy at least.
The only sorry, go on.
I was just saying, I'll just be interested to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, no disagreement there. The only sort of mitigating thing would be that I believe he holds partial blame for the sort of mess that became the Pragmatic Sanction. So, in the same way that both Matthias and Rudolf II kind of hold some kind of shared blame for the subsequent issues. I think both Joseph II and Charles VI have some sort of like joint culpability for the problems that Maria Theresa faces.
I mean, I'm going to basically lay almost all of the blame for that on Charles, as we're going to go into. But just to raise your point, the issue was that he was syphilitic. Unlike his father, he was a great womanizer. He had many affairs. He was very handsome. He was basically the first attractive Habsburg there had been up to that point. And so it was basically a case of all of the royal courts in Europe, lock up your daughters, the emperor is coming. But in that particular situation, he was able to produce two very healthy girls, but he wasn't able to produce any healthy male heirs. And that, of course, is just reflecting on the issue with the Habsburgs in general, and the fact that the late 17th century, the early 18th century is a major dynastic crisis in which the only, I can't sort of overstate this, the only male line Habsburg was able to achieve his duty during this whole period as Emperor Leopold. So it shouldn't be understated, that fact. But yes, his sexual proclivities basically doomed the dynasty in many ways for that time. And he also died prematurely of the great smallpox outbreak in 1711, which also killed off a large number of the European royals, including the the Dauphin, the Petit Dauphin, the Duke of Burgundy of France, so major ramifications going forward. So that's my sort of list for the end of the Austrian Habsburgs. Charles VI is going to occupy a weirdly special place. So we're going back now and talk about the Spanish Habsburgs. And someone who I've talked about extensively in multiple videos, who I'll probably want to cover again at some point, is Charles V, perhaps the most famous of all of the Habsburgs. Perhaps Franz Joseph can compete with him, but Charles is also known because he's one of the great contemporaries of Henry VIII in terms of the English-speaking world. Charles V, of course, is the product of Maximilian's grand dynastic strategy. He is able to establish the first empire upon which the sun will never set. He rules over the Low Countries, he rules over Austria, he rules over Spain, he rules over most of Italy, and he will acquire more territories throughout the course of his reign. And due to the campaigns of Pizarro and Cortez, we also have the conquest of much of the New World, everywhere from Mexico to Chile and the Caribbean, and later will even expand into the Far East. So, Charles V, what really more can be said about him? I've have a lot of complicated, thoughts regarding Charles V and his legacy, and I think, so in terms of how we're going to contrast his namesake Charles VI slightly later on, Charles V was able to achieve something which is quite significant. He wasn't able to achieve the loftier ambitions and all of the hopes that were pinned in him. Those hopes being two things, or three things really. The first, the defeat of Protestantism in Europe, failed. Second, a successful crusade against the Ottomans, failed. Third, the unification or reunification of Catholic Europe under his own leadership, failed. What he succeeded in was ensuring that this incredibly divided and diverse inheritance stayed together to some extent, and ensure that the Habsburgs were able to maintain their dominance for centuries after his death. He was able to leave the Spanish monarchy as the most powerful Catholic principality in Europe for the remaining 150 years. And again, that is an achievement. Again, a more energetic, a more ambitious, a more, I would say, intelligent, a more imaginative ruler could have essentially expended far too many resources on doomed enterprises, whether it be Charles VIII and his campaigns in Italy, or the Duke of Burgundy and his failed attempt to become king there. I think someone who was more, you can say, less medieval, less chivalrous, less naive than Charles could have expended too many resources, and his failings could have been far more spectacular. And you can say it was actually rather the limitations of Charles which allowed for this period of consolidation to occur. It prevented mass insurrections and rebellions to take place across his vast domain. From him, we have the idea of the ruler of all as the ruler of each. So he will govern, say, for example, eastern Spain, Catalonia and Aragon, and Sicily and Naples according to their own local customs. And especially in the Netherlands, this holds the greatest sort of bone of contention against his successor, Philip II. And through that, the empire is less efficient. It's able to raise less men, less resources. It has to rely far too much on Castile in Spain in order to hold the empire together, and rely far too much on the economy of gold bullion and silver bullion being brought in by the Spanish treasure ships from Peru and Mexico and the New World. But nevertheless, the empire he is able to establish survives, and it is the greatest European empire that really had been seen since the loss of the Western Roman Empire during the time of Emperor Majorian. And people at the time thought exactly that. They thought he was the coming of a new great King David. He was the great Christian king who would basically turn the fortunes of Christendom against the Turk around and achieve all of these great things. And in terms of his own conception of European regality, he was the one who really took the Order of the Golden Fleece and, raised it to become this almost grand league of the princes of Europe all united together, almost as an Arthurian Knights of the Round Table, with him playing the role of King Arthur. You can point to many mistakes he made, such as believing that King Francis, when he was captured at his very great battle of Pavia, would be honorable, which of course that was a major character misreading that other people at the time told him, and he didn't believe them. My main contention against him, I've done a whole video on this, is focusing on his geographic strategy, which should have focused more on eastern France, in Burgundy and the Low Countries, other than Spain, because ultimately the empire became far more focused on maintaining the overseas empire rather than being effective in terms of dealing with the situation with France, Italy, and Germany. But that's all sort of dealing too much in counterfactuals. I tend to look at him as a Sisyphean type character, a man who has to spend his entire life rolling the boulder up only for it to inevitably fall each time. Another figure I've compared him to is the Emperor Heraclius, the emperor who attempts a doomed process of religious reform within the Roman Empire, is able to defeat his great adversary, the great Persian Emperor Khosrau, at Ctesiphon, but nevertheless is defeated when a greater power, the Arab conquest, comes along and takes away all the southern provinces of the Eastern Roman Empire up until that time. And so Heraclius is a figure who has to spend his nearly 40-year-long reign shoring up and consolidating a series of losing fronts, and is able to hold something together, but ultimately is broken towards the end of this process. And Charles dies broken, depressed, abdicated, and retires to a monastery in Spain in order for his brother Ferdinand, who we've mentioned, and his son Philip II to deal with the aftermath of his legacy. So an exhausted and ultimately tragic figure, but nevertheless one of the most significant monarchs in all of European history.
I certainly agree that he's one of the most significant monarchs, but I think the comparison with Heraclius is possibly actually unfair on Heraclius, because it strikes me that so many of Charles V's failings were, kind of like pursuits which were, not necessarily carried through to successful conclusion, more so than crises that were inflicted upon him that he was subsequently able to survive. That would be my reading anyway. And I think there are some serious missteps along the way as well that we've been kind of talking about. One of the more obscure ones that I came across more recently was the ethical and moral implications of settlement in the New World, and how the desire to be kind of religiously and theologically correct in dealing with the natives sort of led to the brakes being somewhat put on, and turning against a lot of the conquistadors who could have otherwise maintained an impetus for much more expansion and aggressive expansion, really, than we actually got in history, which is kind of surprising in itself, considering the scale of the achievements that were there in our history. But the fact that there was that big pause put on, and a kind of reappraisal, basically against the interests of the Spanish populations, the colonist populations, probably did again, it's counterfactual, but it probably did a lot of, even just the pause had a noticeably damaging effect on the effectiveness of the colonies out in the New World. So I think just scaling up a lot of these kinds of problems, and he kind of falls into the same kind of sort of issue as Maximilian I, I think, except getting closer to the time where the Low Countries break away. It becomes more difficult to justify piling more and more primacy on the Low Countries. Again, it's probably going to become slightly more foreseeable with the breakout with the outbreak of the Reformation, but it's becoming more of a problem that so much of the fortunes of this entire world empire is being centered specifically on the Low Countries that are soon going to break away from the Habsburg dominion. And then obviously splitting everything up after the fact, it kind of obviously it didn't go as bad as it could have gone, the subsequent splitting up of the Habsburg inheritance. But they could have gone to war with each other pretty promptly, as you would sort of expect from the Roman example in much earlier history. But it kind of undermines the success of holding everything together when he just goes on to split it all himself anyway.
But again, it's not so much that he decides to split it all, it's more he's recognizing a reality that he can't undo, because from the beginning he realized, as essentially you have to, regarding my Heraclius connection, an explicit association with Heraclius's religious reform. Heraclius attempted a fusion essentially of the Miaphysite and the the conventional sort of Chalcedonian views on Christology, etc., and it was ultimately rejected by everyone, and his religious legacy went nowhere. Charles, again, attempts a religious reform, but ultimately sides completely with the Pope, which makes a resolution with the Protestants other than the military resolution impossible. It's part of the reason why I bring up the Emperor Sigismund and Ferdinand as comparisons, really, is that had Charles V been, you can say, more open to leading the religious debate and being both a secular ruler and a priestly ruler, he could have become the Ghibelline archetype in terms of being able to seize that authority from the Pope and establish again the Roman Empire under sort of Constantine as had existed and under Theodosius in the West. But he decided basically, again, this is in terms of the limited imagination and his limited personal ambition as opposed to the ambitions that other people had for him, is that he never decided to usurp the religious role of the Pope. And nevertheless, I believe it may have been in some cases incumbent upon him to do so, given the situation, essentially what happened in Germany. And also, if we look at a figure like Sigismund, Sigismund was able to use the Battle of Agincourt basically to end the French-backed Avignon papacy, yet at the same time his efforts at religious reform were things that the Protestants would use later basically to justify their arguments, even though the Reformatio Sigismundi is sort of rather dubious provenance, it was nonetheless circulated at the time in order to support the cause of internal Reichsreform and religious reform within the empire. So again, Charles V's Catholic fidelity is not just an issue that affected the colonies, but also affected his resolution within the Holy Roman Empire at the same time. Regarding that, you're mainly focusing around something we've discussed previously regarding Japan, which was the Valladolid debates, Sepulveda, etc. And again, this is the scruples of having a Catholic dominion and a Catholic empire, is that the conquest of the New World had caused so many religious controversies that were actually ongoing even before the discovery of the Americas, ever since we have the colonization of the Canary Islands, for example. The issue had basically arisen over whether slavery was in any way justified, and they tended to defer back to Aristotelian arguments, and it tended again to be a subject regarding the natural state of the populations that they found, not only the slave populations that they imported from Africa, but the local state of the populations they found in the New World. And many learned scholars in the Catholic Empire of Spain argued that, you know, even if they are barbaric in the case of the Aztecs, in the case of the Peruvians, for example, they were clearly capable of establishing great civilizations of their own right and couldn't be dealt with the same way, but nevertheless they were. So again, I can't, you know, as a Catholic, I can't fault Charles with having to deal with the vast moral ramifications of being a Catholic emperor, and also having to deal with the vast contradictions, hypocrisies, and brutalities that were occurring in essentially his name in the empires that he had essentially conquered, or other people had conquered for him, Cortes and Pizarro in the few preceding years. But it's again significant in terms of taking a completely sort of Machiavellian role of just exploiting these populations, because that's the pejorative that's been handed down by the Black Legend, that the Spanish Empire was everything that the later sort of Protestant, Dutch, and Anglophone empires were not in terms of their barbarism, but that clearly isn't true. That was propagated at the time and since, and that's clearly something Charles V had to grapple with in terms of that legacy. So many sort of implications, and again, the thing you brought about, the natural division of the empire, he makes a conscious decision, given the urgings of his Burgundian ministers like Chivray, to move to Spain. His basically his original source of power was in Ghent in the Low Countries, and he decides to move from Burgundy to Spain and make Castile the main bastion of Habsburg Spanish power going forward, which of course is immensely consequential in terms of world history and focusing the economy and the empire and the military might on Castile and the Spanish tercios. But that has ramifications in terms of him having to delegate his authority to his brother Ferdinand, who, it should be mentioned, is able to win the throne of Bohemia, and he's able to hold on to some authority within Hungary. So it had many advantages to Charles, who couldn't be everywhere at the same time. Charles simultaneously wanted to be an emperor in Burgundy and emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. He also wanted to be an emperor in the New World, emperor in Spain, and emperor in Italy. That was the principal ambition of someone like his chief minister, Mercuriano de Gattinara. In terms of making him a truly Roman emperor, he had to impose his full authority within Italy, and he achieved that rather spectacularly. The Spanish and the Habsburgs won the Italian wars, but it came at the expense of losing territories in Lorraine and Burgundy to the French. You can say again, on the one hand, it was a great triumph, but it began the collusion essentially between Protestant princes within Germany and the French that would go on all the way up until the end of the Holy Roman Empire. So it begins with Charles V. So, like I said, if you had a more ambitious and a more, large and live character, I can imagine him, going the way of King Sebastian of Portugal and just committing all his resources and being destroyed. So I do think that I go back and forth on this idea that was it even possible to have a more sort of grander legacy as a consolidator, because consolidating the legacy of Maximilian was already successful enough. And when I mentioned the three great aims of his reign, the expectations, the hopes, those were earth-shattering, sort of once in an epoch hopes for any character. If you're looking at history, the sort of figures that were able to fill that mold, that archetype, you have to look at great emperors like Constantine or Augustus in order to find anyone who could rival those ambitions that have been set for Charles. And of course, he didn't prove to be a Constantine. He didn't prove to be an Augustus. But nevertheless, he was an incredibly significant ruler who was able to hold on to the Habsburg Empire, including all of its divisions and autonomous regions, as being the principal power in Europe for the remainder of the 16th and most of the 17th century. So I'm happy leaving him in A for that exact reason, even though in terms of counterfactuals, there are hundreds of ways in which to criticize him for a lack of overall sort of imperial grand strategy and a lack of vision, where he could have vigorously advanced the position of the Habsburgs against the papacy and against the French. But nevertheless, he chose not to. And that's why I basically say he's a bit of a medieval throwback in how he conceived of monarchy and how he conceived basically of his fraternity with other princes of Europe.
Yeah, an A is not, it's not totally unreasonable in one sense, but the reason, I think one of the main things that gives me pause is that it's sort of hard to see much of a viable scenario for the worse of the Habsburg Empire at that time that was not essentially what Charles himself brought about. So I think, even if he just defaulted to the same kind of policy of what's called to basically bequeath the realm intact, the whole inheritance intact, but with a sort of delegated kind of, a localized power delegation methodology to it among other Habsburgs, which is basically what he practiced himself. He didn't even do that. He'd be like much more formally split it, which just seems odd to me. And also the degree of
emphasis, that wasn't a really conscious decision. He wanted, for example, the Holy Roman Empire to alternate between the Austrian and the Spanish branches of the family. He didn't want to devolve it in that way. It only became formally split when he was basically defeated by all forces in the 1550s. It wasn't a proactive decision for him to permanently divide the empire into Austrian and Spanish segments. So, for example, in the 1540s, he's betrayed by his Saxon patron, Duke Maurice, who allies with King Henry II of France in order to deal him a string of defeats in the early 1550s. Ferdinand I takes that as an opportunity basically to demand concessions of Charles V. And Philip II also takes this opportunity to say, I don't want to have anything to do with Germany. I want to be in charge of the Spanish possession. I can do without the Holy Roman Empire. And so basically he's in a situation where he was betrayed or abandoned by everyone. And if your two heirs, effectively your brother and your son, aren't going to hold up your legacy, then you really don't have a hope in hell. Again, sorry, I shouldn't have described it that way, but In terms of how it could have gone disastrously wrong, there are so many ways you can see it going disastrously wrong. First of all, he could have lost the Italian wars. Second of all, if he hadn't delegated authority to Ferdinand, this isn't really a counterfactual. This is almost certain. Bohemia and Hungary would never have come to the Habsburgs, and it's possible that the Ottomans would have taken Vienna in 1529. It's possible, had he not moved over to Spain and dealt with the Cumineros rebellions, that the Habsburgs could have been deposed in Spain even before there was an opportunity to do so. So, and of course, there was also the possibility that Protestantism in Germany could have been far more prolific and far-reaching than ultimately it was, which was quite successful. And in many ways, the geography of the Spanish Empire and the Habsburg domains basically created a quarantine around Lutheranism for the remainder of his reign. So if you're going to look at the ways it could have gone terribly wrong, I mean, there are so many ways it could have gone terribly wrong.
Okay, those are fair sort of mediating points. The other point that I was going to say was that the movement away from the Low Countries seems like an odd choice, given the amount of, as we were talking about, the amount of investment that's gone into the area, and then for that to all break away into a separate party that is then in antagonism with the Habsburg possessions. It becomes like a massive, essentially money and resource sink for the Habsburgs going forward. That also seems like a misstep, but I'm appreciative of the fact that
in Rupert, I've literally done a video called Charles V's Greatest Mistake. Which focused on the failure to pursue Low Countries Burgundian strategy. My contention was always that the imperial capital shouldn't have been based in Madrid or Toledo. It should have been based in Nantes or Metz or Brussels or Mechelin, any of those cities that we see basically on the eastern frontier of France. Because, even Aachen, if you're going to resurrect the idea of the Carolingian Empire, because that way the emperor, kind of like what we see with Milan and Ravenna in the Western Roman Empire, the capitals were located so the emperor could quickly move forces to the frontier, and having a capital, basically on the Spanish road connecting Lombardy to Burgundy in the Low Countries would essentially mean that the emperor was always in a position to deal with France and deal with the Protestant princes in Germany, who were obviously established by the later part of his reign to be the principal threats to his authority.
I was actually looking at it. I mean, so possibly that's where that's what I'm remembering, but without the correct attribution. But so good plug as well for anyone to go back and have a look at that to further elucidate this point. But anyway, I was looking at it actually from the financial point of view, in that, again, as we were talking about, so much of the trade had been sort of and kind of like financial development had been in that region. I mean, Augsburg as well, obviously, but so much had been concentrated there, but was not really readily accessible by the court itself. And so I think putting in more work as well to be able to extract more revenues from that area, and obviously then having the emperor in residence in that area probably makes it a little bit easier to hold in terms of the the later religious issues that pop up in the region as well. So I think there's a lot of reasons why it's a strange decision, though. As I said, I kind of understand moving more towards Castile, if only because Castile had at that time become the major source of revenue. So they need to be so in order to shore that up in terms of what it is rather than what could be, it was kind of important to maintain that.
I mean, just to emphasize regarding that video, if anyone wants to go back and change, I make the argument about the proximity of the imperial court to Antwerp and being able to dominate the emperor, basically having a watchful eye over trade, over the wool trade in particular of Flanders, and over commerce and commercial activity. And also, it should be mentioned, maritime commerce and transatlantic trade in Antwerp and the Low Countries, moving from the Hanseatic core. Everything would seem again to gravitate towards a return to Burgundy, not a leaving of Burgundy. And just for reference, this list has Philip the Fair for some reason, but it doesn't have the other two monarchs I mentioned, Matthias and the Emperor Joseph. I'm just going to leave him in D, because if people have watched my videos, they know how much of a repulsive character, I find him, and obviously he died too early in order to affect any long-lasting policies that we see in Spain. If anything, his policies actually negatively prejudice the populations of Castile against the Emperor Charles, and see him as this horrific foreigner in the way that Philip the Fair was. Just an interesting point that someone is mentioning Sunakast, that his endurance into a new age. It's the same argument that was really sort of applied against Franz Joseph, is that people look at Charles and say, "Oh, look at this, this ruler over so many dimensions, and his old, Catholic, proclivities, his advocacy of broader Christendom." He contrasts with these quote unquote early modern monarchies in the Ottoman Empire and France and England, who were centralizing and establishing national governments, etc. I just find it interesting that the same arguments were given centuries later to Franz Joseph, and that's basically the point. The Habsburgs are different. They should be ranked differently because they are not national monarchs. They are universal monarchs. They are, monarchs of Christendom more so than they are monarchs of any particular place. The only reason we call them Austrian is because that was the point of their sort of dynastic origin. But if you look at Charles V, Karl V, the famous saying goes that he spoke Spanish to God, French to men, Italian to women, and German to my horse. All of these multilingual, multi sort of territorial domains, and my advocacy is actually that the Habsburg should have emphasized their French connection rather than their Spanish or their German connection. Another interesting point mentioned again: are you going to be ranking them all on their jaws? Well, as you'll find out, the jaws are going to become a more prominent issue as we go on. So now we come to Philip II. Now, Philip II, as far as I'm concerned, he is the greatest of the Spanish Habsburgs. After Philip II's death, there is no Spanish Habsburg that even comes close. That there isn't a league for him in terms of that connection. However, how are you going to sort of characterize his reign? Well, his reign is that of a great consolidation of the New World. Expanding gold and silver ships to Spain, the assertion of Spain as undoubtedly the greatest Christian empire in Europe at that time, the expansion of Spain across into the Philippines, hence Philip, the Philippines, the amalgamation of Portugal into the Spanish Empire by a personal union and semi-conquest in 1580, meaning that the Portuguese Empire in China, in Japan, in India, and in Africa is now under the rule of the Spanish king, who is now the King of Portugal. And all of the possibilities that existed around the 1580s for Philip II on the horizons of total Spanish hegemony in Europe going forward. So, for example, at the cause of the Spanish Armada in 1588, there was a possibility again of Spain taking over England. Around that same time, there is the wars of religion in France and the murder of King Henry III and the Duke of Guise and all those, the War of the Three Henrys. The possibility again that Philip II would effectively be kingmaker in France and kingmaker in England. He had won or confirmed the victory of the Spanish and Habsburg forces over Italy, establishing the Eta Barocca, as derisively referred to by Benedetto Croce, the art critic and historian, and the sort of force which is responsible for bringing Giambattista Vico back into the sort of world historical consciousness. Of course, that's known as derisively, but nevertheless, the Baroque period in Italian history, under which Philip II allied with popes like Sixtus V, is one of the greatest cultural outpourings in all of sort of European history. Point to artists like Titian and Caravaggio, etc., and of course Michelangelo and his redesign of St. Peter's Basilica. All of these are great sort of cultural achievements for the Spanish monarchy. And then we come to his own sort of personal rule, which is establishing the great councils, which is the inheritance partly of his father, Charles V, the Council of the Indies, the Corteses of the various realms of which he governed. He was a great sort of workhorse. He was the great sort of bureaucratic core of all of the sort of imperial peripheries of which he was concerned with. He was also an incredibly devout and religious man, and he actually established his principle of power in the new palace monastery of Escorial outside of Madrid, which was both a mausoleum, a palace, an administrative center, and a monastery, if you're going to sort of typify what sort of the Habsburgs wish to refer to themselves and guide themselves as sort of encapsulated in Escorial, in opposition to his contemporaries. His cousin, Maximilian II, who we refer to, and of course Rudolf in particular, who were pursuing completely sort of opposite policies to Philip II. But of course, we have to emphasize that regardless of the great possibilities and opportunities and the high point of Spanish power, that one of them, for example, was the Chinese enterprise. There was even the idea in the 1580s of conquering China and conquering Japan that we covered briefly when we talked about Japan's Catholic century. But all of these plans are undone in the last sort of 10 years of his reign. The great simmering conflict, which has caused a major series of controversy, and I've presented a very revisionist take on this conflict in Nations of Charlemagne, which is talking about the Dutch revolt. The conventional wisdom is that Philip II wanted to impose Catholicism over the Netherlands, and so the nobility of the Netherlands under William the Silent revolted against Spanish tyranny and resisted and caused the 80 Years' War with the Spanish monarchy. My view is that the decentralized nature of Burgundy, which had basically been the inheritance of Charles V, who was originally Charles of Ghent, left a perfect situation which could have allowed for the spread of Protestantism, along with the spread of commerce and generally in the whole decentralized nature of the Low Countries. Its proximity to Switzerland and the Spanish road and to the Lutheran principalities in Germany made it basically the perfect cross section, and England, the perfect cross section of these anti-Catholic forces. Essentially, it's a Spanish island in a sea, as far as the Spanish Catholics were concerned, of heresy. So how could you possibly make it efficient? Well, Philip II's view was to employ figures like the Duke of Alba, as someone has already mentioned in the chat, and the Duke of Parma, in order to make it a efficient Catholic military core of the empire, which could be used to support not just the Austrian Habsburgs, which was later used during the 30 Years' War, but also to be used as a launch pad against the French and against the English. Had that policy worked, again, it's possible that the Spanish could have achieved many of their other aims, but it didn't work. The situation in the Netherlands continued to deteriorate. In 1579, we have the Great Revolt, which resulted in virtually all of the provinces of the Low Countries revolting, resulting in, again, attempt at Spanish reconquest. It's possible that had the French not been dealing with the French wars of religion, that the entirety of the Low Countries could have been lost to Spain forever during this conflict. So regardless of how you imagine it, and again, my complete belief that there was no intention to impose the Inquisition on the Low Countries, the issue with the Low Countries is that many of the emigres from the Inquisition, the Sephardic Jews, many of the religious sort of nonconformists, Protestants, Calvinists, etc., had all found their way in Antwerp. And so how could you basically have a monarchy where these two irreconcilable forces are inhabited by territories ruled over by the same king? That was very much Philip II's view. And it was the fear of the imposition of the Spanish Inquisition rather than the actuality of it being imposed that resulted in such a massive pushback. And when you look at the failure of the Spanish to reconquer the Netherlands, despite very close attempts, Duke of Alba basically reconquers most of it. Then you have the sea beggars who come back in force. And later the sort of campaigns of the Duke of Parma. But that directly bleeds into, you can say, the part of the failure for the Spanish Armada in 1588, even though that was as much to do with luck and the winds as anything else. So, yes, that's my view on Philip. Ultimately, you can say a very sort of devout and determined and efficient monarch. But as we see with the situation of Charles V, having to deal with the ramifications of the Protestant Revolution, But nevertheless, he was perhaps in a more powerful position than Charles V in that he held a sword of Damocles over France and England. Effectively, Spain was at its most powerful under Philip II, where France especially was at its weakest in centuries. And so he was able to establish himself, far and above the French as the preeminent Catholic monarch within Europe. But as with the whole Dutch fiasco, so much of his reign, resulted in failure. But as someone else is mentioning, the partial success of Philip II in the Low Countries was in what we saw with Ferdinand II in Austria later on, in re-Catholicizing the Austrian or Spanish Netherlands and making it Catholic, and later being able to levy taxes and troops in order to make it an efficient military corps. There is an argument that exists, and I will put some stock in it, that the loss of the Netherlands and the creation of Belgium, and this is what I really refer to as the creation of the modern state of Belgium, which was sort of conceived of by Philip II. It's much better, in a way, to have a strong, consolidated Catholic dominion, which is smaller, which also has, great strategic access to target all of your enemies, rather than a decentralized, religiously pluralistic domain, which is basically nothing more than a neutral, empty zone, which you have no effective control over. Those, I believe, are the two arguments that were presented to Philip II, and he decided very aggressively to go for the Belgium situation, and in that way he succeeded.
Although I think the Belgian situation, as we're describing it, was kind of more a result of the limitations of the campaign. So I believe there was a kind of religious sorting that happened as a result of the failure to completely retake the whole United Provinces, in that Catholics were driven south and Protestants formed adherents and various non-Catholics of all stripes were sent north. So you had a concentration of whatever previous, a concentration of the religious outcome.
Indeed,
that was.
I think my contention is it better to have one part, which is, because again, part of the great, it's called the Bildensturm, or I forget exactly what the word is in Flemish, but the great scouring of images, the great iconoclastic fury in the 1560s takes place in Belgium, all across Belgium and Antwerp. So part of the Calvinist Protestant furor, and later the sort of Huguenots, the etymology is based around religious comrades from Switzerland, is that the entire region was basically home to, from the point of view of the Catholics, religious heretics. So better, in a weird point of view, to have all of the heretics corralled into one area and all of the Catholics under your direct rule, effectively. That is what I really mean by the Belgian situation. Whereas the Netherlands situation is basically just to allow the situation to simmer on and hope that they're not going to get rid of you anyway and appeal to another ruler in order to come in and rule over the Netherlands, which is what they do. It should be mentioned with Dudley, Earl of Leicester, and the Duke of Alençon.
Yes. So I agree that that's a preferable situation. And as I was saying earlier, one of the perennial problems of this region for the Habsburgs is their inability to actually extract, in particular, monies, especially in proportion to how much wealth is actually centered there. But my pushback is on the basis of, would it not be better for you to be able to control, let's say, all the way up to Frisia, and then hem in all of the Protestants into that tiny little area up in the north, and you get the benefit of every other territory. Or even if you were to redraw the borders such that you could control most of the coastline up all the way up to The Hague and Amsterdam, and thus prevent Holland from, not Holland specifically, but the Netherlands from becoming as much of a strong maritime power as they were.
I mean, obviously that was the intention.
Clearly.
That was very much his intention. He failed. So you have to basically judge it by the standards of what he inherited versus the situation he basically left to his successor. And the situation he inherited was essentially a decentralized and peripheral region, which was becoming very religiously heterodox by the time he became king. And the situation he was able to salvage from that was a consolidated Catholic South, which became Belgium. However, his intention was clearly to, I say again, the Inquisition is possible that had the situation been very militarily secure, that we could have seen the Inquisition decades later. And we could have seen, again, the Netherlands being a much stronger bastion of Catholic Spain. And then again, a consequence of that, it would have meant there would have been no 80 Years' War. There would have been no figures like Maurice of Nassau. There would have been no great commercial enterprise from a Protestant power in the form of Amsterdam. So obviously, from the point of Philip, the argument was that he would have preferred all of these forces to be crushed. But the contention I'm making essentially is that he was able to salvage something from it, which was to Spain's advantage, as opposed for it to being a complete and utter failure, which a lot of people have contested it was.
Yeah, certainly it could have been worse than it was. But I guess my contention is that there was more sort of circumstance that went into the situation than there was actually deliberate policy. One other thing, just as a little aside, I don't think. Well, 2 points, I guess. You described it as a peripheral region, but I guess the funny thing is that as I've been kind of trying to make the case, and I think you agree, it was not actually a very peripheral region. It was an incredibly central region, but it was just treated peripherally in a political context, which is bizarre. But
yes, it all goes back to this Burgundian strategy that I keep belaboring, but. Yes, unfortunately, the Spanish Habsburgs and Charles V decided to treat this as a peripheral region as part of the reason why he has been criticized for moving his capital to the middle of Castile, which again is remote. The emphasis again was an Iberian monarchy over a world or European monarchy, which would have been served by this, Netherlands first strategy.
Yes. Speaking of which, as well, I was also going to say there's the kind of older general Spanish criticism, or the criticism of Spain in this whole Spanish policy in this whole era, is that so much of the money that was imported, which could have given massive boons to the Spanish economy and developed over the long term. You developed Spain over the long term in some kind of domestic economic sense, was not really used for that. It was just channeled towards mercenaries and kind of more ephemeral goals that didn't necessarily have too much to show for it at the end. There is, of course, the argument, the fairly strong argument, that it went towards a more general, perhaps altruistic goal of seeing Europe maintained in its Catholicism, rather than slipping more into Protestantism, as we've spoken about earlier. But in terms of what it actually did for Spain over the long term, and perhaps even what it did for the Habsburg monarchy itself, not so great.
Yes, it's very interesting, and regarding the succession, which is really the last point to bring up about Philip II, is the succession actually seemed contentious because of the horrific situation with Don Juan, which has been sort of commented on in many sort of works of literature. The mad, homicidal Prince of the Asturias, who was basically put down with the complicit assent of his father. But after several marriages, we eventually have the confirmation of the succession under later Philip III. So the succession issue is avoided. But yes, you mentioned the more altruistic aim, as we see with Charles V. Because the whole nature of the Habsburg monarchy, it's less to do with the aggressive interests of Spain, which would have perhaps been served in a retrenchment and a economic investment in that region, versus the desire to reassert Christendom and defeat Protestantism. Charles V failed with the Schmalkaldic League, and Philip II failed with the Armada against Elizabeth and with the Dutch Revolt. But nevertheless, he was able to, as I mentioned, assert Spain at the height of its power, and it would never attain that power again relatively in the rest of its history. And you can argue that's also the same for European Catholicism. So
I think one other point, though, that sort of mitigates, that is kind of like a mitigating factor for him, or at least a point of sympathy, is I believe he inherited a fairly large debt from Charles V. And then well, both a large debt and also a fairly significant deficit. So, and I don't think it much improved over the course of his reign. So he was kind of, perhaps you could say that some of the Spanish power was a bit of a mirage because it was based on huge amounts of debt that could not be, properly serviced, and so they just sort of went bankrupt over and over. And rather they defaulted on the debt repeatedly, and deteriorated the economic situation further.
I think you have to view this relatively, because you're completely correct. The whole nature of the Spanish finances were that no matter how apparently wealthy the Spanish were, they were always in debt, and the economy was always on the back foot. And so it basically relied on these periodical injections of cash flow from the New World. And had the New World not been there basically to prop up the Spanish economy, how all of these regions could have basically fared against all the forces arrayed against them. But France was in complete turmoil. Central authority had basically collapsed, and it would take the reign of Henry IV and the beginning of the Bourbon dynasty to try and restore it. In the case of England, England couldn't even afford to have a navy. What we see with the navy basically arrayed against the Spanish treasure fleets were privateers, as we saw with Wallenstein. It's just private wars being fought on behalf of the English sovereign. The only power in Europe which could really contend at all with resources was the Ottoman Empire in the East. And one point I forgot to mention is that under Philip II, we have the Battle of Lepanto and the Siege of Malta. And it's at Malta and Lepanto where the Ottoman Empire is not definitively, but in most ways checked in their power to expand westwards. And what Philip II doesn't do, however, is pursue the interests of his father, Charles V, in trying to expand possessions in Africa and Algeria. But nevertheless, it's Philip II's reign and rule over the Mediterranean, which basically ushers in, you could say, the end of the golden era of the Ottoman Empire under Suleiman the Magnificent. Yeah, when I'm talking about Mustafa Pasha, we're talking about the war in Candia, which is in Crete, and the invasion, the second invasion of Vienna in 1683. These are sort of last hurrahs for an empire which technologically is now firmly at variance with the rest of Europe. So again, those are grand successes, allied, of course, to the Genoese and the Venetians, which basically placed Philip II at the head of this Catholic coalition. That, in effect, of course, he was responsible for the patronage and, you can say, the willing importation of the Tridentine reform throughout all of Catholic Europe at that same time. For Baroque culture and for Catholic culture, an incredibly significant figure, and long reigned, reigned nearly 50 years. So, like with Charles V and Leopold and Ferdinand II, I think I can't put him lower than A for that exact reason. I would perhaps rate him slightly higher than Charles V for the aforementioned reasons. I think he's the greatest, the Spanish line that we're talking about. But perhaps you can convince me otherwise.
No, I think the mitigating factors that I mentioned and bringing up Lepanto is a very good point in his favour as well. Perhaps again more altruistic than purely Machiavellian beneficial. Although obviously the concerns about the Western Mediterranean are something that would be very, very much in view of a Spanish monarch. But yeah, I think it does seem broadly fair.
I mean, in terms of Charles V and Philip II being undermined, the French had an alliance with the Ottomans. They had allowed Ottoman corsairs and Christian slavers to dock in Toulon. So they were really arrayed against all of the forces of Europe. And of course, the French were in a more powerful position during the reign of Charles V than they were under Philip II, where basically French royal authority collapsed. So against these forces, Philip II proved, victorious, but in the long term, against the French and the English, they had the last laugh. As for Philip III, very little to say. There was one comment about him that the only sort of advantage of Philip III was apparently an absence of vice, which of course may make him a good pious Catholic, but is not exactly endearing with him as a ruler. In terms of the events during his reign, in 1605, we have the Great Peace, or 1604-3, between the Jacobean English monarchy and Catholic Spain. We also have the 12 Years' Truce between the Dutch Republic and the Spanish, but the Spanish are unable during the reign of Philip III to take advantage of these pauses in order to consolidate the position. In fact, what's remarkable in many ways is that people argue that the 12 years truce with the Netherlands was actually more disastrous to the Spanish Empire than had they continued the war, because it basically allowed the commercial expansion of the Dutch Empire to completely overtake the Portuguese in all of their markets in the East Indies and India. And even in the New World, the Dutch began to establish a domineering market presence, which basically funneled all the trading wealth, and the Germans also contributed to this, out of the Caribbean and into the sort of rich sort of Protestant cities in the Netherlands and Upper Germany, Lower Germany, sorry. So judge from that metric, and judge from, again, the fact that Philip II had established such an example for the Spanish monarchy of micromanaging almost, to a fault. Then you have Philip III, who intended in the first couple of years of his reign to attempt to rule in the manner of his father, but ultimately decided to give up on the affairs of government shortly thereafter. Kind of like what we see with the other sort of D tier ranking like Maximilian, just a character who allows for the further sort of diminution of the position, which had really begun in the last couple of years of Philip II's reign.
Yeah, no argument. One other point that I've just mentioned, that I've just remembered to quickly tack on to Philip II as well, is there's a little bit of sympathy as well in regards to his position vis-a-vis the Low Countries, in that he was backstabbed by Matthias, as I mentioned briefly earlier, who so the Dutch invited him in to become a Habsburg provincial governor, essentially, and got him to agree to a load of concessions, which he did, and those were basically used as a justification to undermine Philip II's claims. So they had some kind of like legal Habsburg endorsed basis for their claims for autonomy as well. So yeah, unfortunate for him. And if Matthias was a represented character here, then he probably deserves to be an F.
Yes, I agree. I mean, Matthias, just for reference, was the person who bequeathed to Ferdinand II basically that impossible situation where he was dispossessed to Bohemia. So yes, if Matthias were here, just to emphasize, I would agree with you completely. Betrayed the Habsburg cause more generally, and did a huge amount of damage. That and the fact that he caused the civil war in order to become emperor in the first place.
Indeed. But yes, anyway, not really too much to add about Philip III. He seems to have made some attempts to strengthen the royal position, but not really necessarily done a particularly good job of it. So it's kind of hard to rate him too highly on that basis.
Now, Rupert, you may remember, because unfortunately I can't remember everything all the time, but one of the bastard children of, was it Charles V or Philip II, led the forces of the Spanish at Lepanto. And then he was given the position of being a governor of the Low Countries with far less success. But regarding Lepanto, someone in the chat, please, help me out of this situation. Don't fail me. The situation with Lepanto is that, again, it was indicative of a trend, which is that following the death of Suleiman the Magnificent and the siege of Malta, the Ottomans began basically a process of internal decline. Not in terms of absolute decline, but in terms of relative decline compared to the other European powers. The decline wouldn't really be obvious until the latter half of the 18th century. Yes, thank you so much, John of Austria, for the chat, the bastard son of Charles V. So it's still significant, and it was a huge moral victory for Catholic Europe at the time. I mentioned the Tridentine reform. Lepanto happened during the pontificate of Pius V. Pius V was known as the Great Marian Pope. He was the one who really formalized the use of the Rosary Prayer, and therefore it became basically associated with Marian apparitions, and Lepanto is explicitly associated with the Rosary and has done it so ever since. And Pius V is often very cited, I would say, today, given his connection with Mary, but also with the Mass, among other things. Weirdly enough, the legacy of Lepanto still looms large over some sections of Catholics, those who are even aware of this thing going on. So we're sort of declining with the Spanish Habsburgs. We've covered the great ones, and as with Philip III, we're noticing a trend. With Philip IV, I've referenced the fact that Philip IV was really the first Sun King. We talk about Apollo and the connection between Apollo and Louis XIV, but Louis XIV and Richelieu with Louis XIII were really just copying what happens in Spain, and really, actually, Charles I of England was trying to copy what was happening in Spain, which was the very sophisticated and severe court culture around King Philip IV. Philip IV basically is the perfect sort of microcosm, his court of the universe, and a perfect sort of Christian celestial order. Is why figures like Tommaso Campanella would basically bestow upon him the rank of the universal emperor and then take that away from him when he decided to back the French. But his reign, regardless of all of the artistic aspects which are attributed to him, and the patronage of a glorious court culture, the Spanish style, also saw the rise of, if I remember the term in Spanish, the validamento, the government by the favorite, in particular Olivares, the Duke de Olivares, who had a very checkered record. It's also something, again, that will be imported. We see that with the Duke of Buckingham, with King James and King Charles as well. But in the case of Olivares, what we really see in the 1630s and 1640s is the rise of France. France has been consolidated against the Protestants. The Bourbon dynasty is, growing in its strength. It begins to intervene decisively following the Peace of Prague, which we already mentioned, the 30 Years' War in 1635. And it's able to win a series of dramatic victories against the Spanish, including at Rocroi. In fact, at one point, the Spanish rule is so undermined that they lose Catalonia briefly in, I think it was 1643, before it then defects back to the Spanish and is confirmed in the peace treaty with Spain and France in 1659. But all this is to say that Philip IV's reign, regardless of its pomp and ceremony and grand affectations to be universal monarchy and the sun monarchy and all that sort of thing, is symptomatic of the isolation of the Spanish monarchy. And you can say almost its political irrelevance, as all of these forces outside of the empire are basically losing all the right of initiative. Leopold comes to the throne around the same time that this peace between France and Spain is concluded, and thereafter the Austrian Habsburgs have all the initiative. Philip IV really is the last sort of king who is even sort of cognizant of that role, and how to rate him, therefore, given that he is in many ways the scion of this relative decline. There are a lot of sort of caveats one should add to this. The fact that so much of the Spanish economy hadn't been invested in prior, and so it was a relative decline as opposed to a dramatic sort of non-relative decline, but also the fact that as much gold and silver was being imported into Spain as at the height of Philip II. If anything, you can say more bullion was flowing into Spanish coffers during the reign of Charles II than it was during the reign of Philip II. But nevertheless, the role of the dominant power, Catholic power in Europe, had basically been taken over by Louis XIV by the time of that peace treaty. And as someone's mentioning, Catalonia didn't even come back whole. Yes, the territory of Roussillon in the Pyrenees was ceded to France forever. That had been part of Catalonia since the 12th century. So yes, a lot of defeats for the Spanish. All I can really say is that given the situation, the defeats for Spain weren't more comprehensive. Under Philip IV, they held on to the empire. In the New World, they held on to onto Belgium. They held on to Italy, but they didn't hold on to places like Catalonia very successfully. So I'd be interested to hear your thoughts.
It's something of a great what if, and quite an interesting area for talking about counterfactuals, because he does seem to be kind of making all the correct moves to reform the general administration. So I've not really mentioned it prior, well, sort of in passing and implicitly, that Castile for a while was essentially the core revenue generating area for both for Charles V and then all the later Spanish Habsburgs. But the extent of this was that oftentimes almost no taxation or like almost revenue of any kind was coming from areas such as Catalonia, Aragon, Valencia a little bit more infrequently, but you know, it really was just pretty much all down to Castile, and you know, even the some of the more peripheral areas, they were getting very little from there as well. So ironically, I wonder if losing Catalonia, although obviously strategically not very advantageous, probably didn't actually financially affect them all that much. But yes, the attempts to reform this and to get a more equal taxation regime in place that is not going to have everything fall so heavily on the Castilian population alone, which could only be bled so much, as became evident during the 30 Years' War. I mean, yeah, being taxed effectively at all at any kind of regular rate is one of the big things that caused the Catalonian revolt, or caused the Catalonians to sort of try to break away. But
there is a point that I've forgotten, which is actually crucifies him, which is he lost Catalonia temporarily, he lost Portugal permanently in 1640 to the Braganza Revolution. And as for those reforms that were implemented, it's difficult to attest the reforms to him personally, as opposed to Olivares and the Validamento.
Yes, very true. But insofar as he was willing to kind of continue to patronize Olivares, gives some idea about the extent to which he approves, because when it is becoming very tentative whether he's going to be able to continue to push the reforms, not only because it's politically impossible, but whether he'll even keep his throne, there's kind of a sense that if he pushes it any further, then perhaps he's going to be ousted in some coup or something. And so at that point he dismisses Olivares. So clearly it's something that he is basically just pursuing through his first minister. And as I said, it seems like basically these reforms are looking broadly in the correct direction. And he also wanted to break away from foreign creditors and instead build a more reliable domestic lending base, which kind of seems like one of the first major investments in the domestic economy for quite some time. But then the circumstantial loss of a treasure fleet seems to have scuppered that idea, and it just leads to general financial ruin. So yeah, it's kind of a series of very unfortunate blowbacks almost from otherwise wise policies.
Well, from the cultural point of view, I've always had quite a soft spot for him because of him being basically the archetype from which all the other European monarchs styled themselves for the rest of the 17th century. That shouldn't be overlooked. But what I find funny, you mentioned Catalonia quite rightly, and the fact that the Cortes in Barcelona was very resistive to have any sort of overarching imposition despite the creation of the councils. In the same way, Portugal was very resistive and resented the Spanish Habsburgs for basically having lost the war to the Dutch. The consolation is in Catalonia and Portugal is that basically any commercial or strategic advantages have been mostly lost by the Spanish in the preceding 40 years. So the permanent loss of Portugal and the temporary loss of Catalonia wasn't as severe as you've alluded to, but that's not really a good thing. That's just more indicative of a greater systemic and irreversible decline. See, our aspirations for C are actually quite high, because with Ferdinand I and Ferdinand III, our basic assessment was they gave up on loftier ambitions in order to unite against a greater threat, whether it be the Ottomans or whether it be against the French, whereas Philip IV failed to do that and instead was indicative of the decline of Spanish power more generally. So I'll leave it to you whether to put him in C or D.
I mean, romantically, almost I want to put him in C, but because he had his he was correctly oriented, but I think he comes across as an incredibly tragic figure, and I think in line with I know we're using a slightly different rating schema, but I think D is broadly where we had all of the sort of tragic characters and the sort of what ifs in the English kings as well. So D seems fair and consistent.
Right, here we are. Everyone's been looking forward to it. We're finally there. Charles II, the Bewitched, the one kidney, one testicle, micropenised, bulbous headed, water-brained. I only have sort of 4 great grandparents. The most sort of inbred monarch of all history, potentially, possibly. Cousin marriage after cousin marriage after cousin marriage after 4 generations has resulted in this. What do we have to say about the poor bewitched King of Spain, Charles?
I think he must be S tier for his top tier chin if we're going by the People's Choice.
I'm not being hyperbolic. Everything I said was factual and true. Everything I said. I'm not even exaggerating.
Yeah, I believe they even gave up on any idea of educating him at all because it was considered more of a mercy to not bother.
Yes, I mean, part of the assessment is that he did express some interest in government. He had an interest in even abolishing the Spanish Inquisition. He was a very religious man, despite the fact he was physically incapable of consummating his marriage. He apparently loved his wife. And he would sort of wistfully sort of wander around in the gardens of Escorial and in the woods and all that sort of thing. And one of the most remarkable features about him is that everyone thought he would die much sooner than he did. Everyone assumed, basically for 30 years, all of Europe was waiting for him to die. And he didn't. The whole question of the Spanish succession had been ongoing since, if I recall, when he came to the throne in 1660. And it lasted up until 1700. Just everyone was thinking, when is the King of Spain going to die? He's still alive. He's still alive. He's hanging on in there. None of us know quite how, but this poor person just the archetype of all the vices of all the physical sort of failings of the Habsburgs, consummated in one creature, unfortunately, have left that image to posterity. He continues on, but the Spanish Empire doesn't do too badly, all things considered, given the fact that he's basically incapacitated. The empire doesn't collapse during his reign, despite Louis XIV. Louis XIV, it should be mentioned, at one point occupies Belgium and occupies large parts of the Spanish Empire. But funnily enough, his greatest, you can say, goal against the Spanish was actually when he was the first year of his reign, when he was only 5 years old, which was the loss of Catalonia, which flipped back to the Spanish. So the empire was able to hold on. Leopold was able to come to the rescue to shore up the Habsburg possessions more generally. And in 1688, we have the Glorious Revolution, as we all know, which basically ensures that the Spanish Empire is kept alive at the expense of French expansionism. And of course, despite the 9 Years' War, the Spanish Empire is able to hold on. So there is an argument. I've seen a lot of weird revisionist takes, to be honest, that he was actually a rather effective monarch. I'm not convinced by them, but nevertheless, in terms of looking at him representing a reign as opposed to a personal rule, the reign wasn't as catastrophic as it could have been, and that has to be taken into account.
Yeah, what immediately comes to mind is the absolute counterpoint of the merits of Frederick III's longevity, because I don't remember the treaty, but didn't they have? Wasn't there a treaty where the European powers came together and agreed on a satisfactory solution to the succession crisis, and then and then he outlived the candidate.
Well, funny enough, the candidate coming back to the Bavarian, thing, the Wittelsbach thing, the preferred candidate was a Wittelsbach, um, because not being a Bourbon and not being a Habsburg, the idea was that the son of the governor of the Spanish Netherlands, the elector, sort of, I can't remember all the names. I think it's Maximilian. Um, had again his son lived, that could have perhaps prevented the war, because Charles, again, in credit to him, he didn't want to partition his realm. He wanted to preserve his realm, and the best way to preserve his realm would be to give it to a candidate which all the other European monarchs would basically accept. If you can sort of imagine this as a precursor to the Pragmatic Sanction. But that candidate, as you mentioned, died, which ultimately was a disaster. Had Charles died earlier and had, the Bavarian candidature, been more established, then perhaps, history would have been different, or it would have simply created the situation where there would have been another succession war, given, the time of events where that heir would have died anyway. So I think Ferdinand Maria or Maximilian, again, please correct me in the chat. Again, I can't remember everything all the time. So yes, where to place him? Where to place Paul Charles?
I think the tenor of the comments that we've made towards him makes it evident that although we've tried to be as kind as possible, he must be F. Not by any necessarily malice, or not to the same degree as a Matthias or a Rudolf II, but for factors beyond his control, rather tragically, perhaps.
Yes, if I, again, like I said, the whole thing reset when I was getting StreamYards ready just now, so I do apologize, but I would almost be inclined to put him in NA, simply because I think it's cruel putting him in the same tier as Rudolf. Rudolf, who had, physical and intellectual agency in a way that Charles did not. So there we are, the tragedy of Charles. But as part of my controversial listing, I don't regard him as the last Spanish Habsburg. It comes to here another candidate, as far as I'm concerned, for the F tier. Charles VI von Habsburg, the last attempted king of Spain during the Spanish War of Succession, landed in Barcelona, interestingly enough. Ruled parts of Aragon until he was chased out and defeated by his candidate to be the Bourbon King of Spain, Philip V. And when his brother Joseph died and they had the whole succession issue, the whole Habsburg cause collapsed because the English realized they were fighting to give him basically a universal united monarchy akin to Charles V, and that had been the whole reason to prevent the Bourbons from uniting the two monarchies anyway. So alas, the British began to reorient their aims towards expansion of their maritime dominance in Gibraltar and Minorca and in the New World more generally. And essentially the cause of the Spanish Habsburgs was jettisoned, and Charles came back to Austria. And as far as I'm concerned, had a very disappointing and disastrous reign. For people who are, again, curious, my whole contention about him is that I view his reign as the great, trauma from the loss of Spain, hence why I regard him as a Spanish Habsburg, not only the fact that he was chased from Barcelona, but the fact that his court culture was emblematic of this Philippine, Spanish, Severe, Catholic Baroque court. He's known in Vienna for his, beautiful buildings. I believe he patronized, among many other things, Mel Cabby. But the reason I rank him so lowly is, again, at variance with a lot of ways that historians sort of deal with his character. He's mostly known for the Pragmatic Sanction, which Rupert has already alluded to here. Now, the Pragmatic Sanction is more than simply allowing for a woman to be his successor. The Pragmatic Sanction was really a way of rationalizing the Habsburg domains into an entity, a legal entity that could be inheritable for the first time as a whole. And therefore, it is incredibly significant from the point of view of construing these things, as historians do conceptually, as a Habsburg monarchy, over than simply listing the various domains that were under the rule of any particular Habsburg. So it's no longer simply the King of Bohemia, the Archduke of Austria, and all the other little Austrias, the the Duke of Milan, the King of Naples and Sicily, and the Lord of the Low Countries, and the King of Hungary, and the King of Croatia, and now you add to that the whole notion of a Habsburg monarchy. Now, the reason this pragmatic sanction, I believe, was so disastrous for the reign of his eventual succession and daughter, Mary Theresa, is that it created so many issues, essentially, that other European leaders would pounce on. It is the archetypal scrap of paper. The scrap of paper, as far as I'm concerned, is, in diplomacy, the scrap of paper is a diplomatic document which has no military or real political hard backing to it, to the point that all the parties who are in theory obliged to it can look at it disparagingly or be under no illusions about supporting it at all. Scrap of paper, say, for example, was afforded to the quote-unquote guarantee of Belgian neutrality in the First World War, and why the Germans basically believed that the British would only use it as a pretext, but ultimately it served as nothing more than a scrap of paper. In the case of the pragmatic sanction, the first issue, is that his elder brother Joseph had two daughters by any right who had a far better claim to the throne than his daughter had. The first issue of the pragmatic sanction is that he created it with the expectation that even if he had a daughter, this was when he was childless, even if he had a daughter and not a son, that daughter would have a claim superior to those of his nieces, who by all rights were higher up on the succession list by right of primogeniture. So that was issue number one. Issue number two is that under Eugene von Savoy, the Habsburgs had won great provinces as a result of the Spanish War of Succession. They had won control over Naples and Sardinia, and most basically of the Spanish Empire in Europe outside of Spain itself. They would later acquire Sicily when it was exchanged for Sardinia following the Quadruple Alliance. The Habsburgs had also expanded to Belgrade. They had expanded into up to the Danube in Lower Romania. In fact, the Habsburgs in the Danube were basically at their most advantageous position, and they would never be able to recreate that position. What the pragmatic sanction essentially was the idea that Charles was going to continually concede vital points of Habsburg interest to the point of view of propping up this scrap of paper. So one thing essentially was giving up on the Ostend Company, which was to be the first sort of grand Habsburg foray, really since the Spanish conquests, into establishing a maritime trading dominance over, in particular, Chinese trade. That was abandoned for the sake of winning over the English alliance, which in theory, the Habsburgs didn't need to win over because the English were already allied. In order to get the Saxons and the Poles to agree to this pragmatic sanction, Charles agreed to ally with them in a war against the French called the Polish War of Succession in the 1730s. It went so disastrously that the Bourbons took this as an opportunity to take control over Naples and Sicily. So in one stroke, the Bourbons were able to achieve a victory for the French dynasty that they had basically failed catastrophically in the Italian War some 200 years before. It's one of the greatest defeats ever suffered by the Habsburgs, and it was under Charles VI. The other great defeat is that he decided to join in a war against the Ottomans with the Russians, and that went disastrously. Not only were the Venetians completely defeated and thrown out of all of their Greek possessions on the mainland, but the Austrians lost Belgrade and they lost huge chunks of Romania as well. And so what allies essentially he had gained were unreliable and weak, in the case of Poland and Saxony in particular, and the Austrian army was in shambles. The economy was desolate. The actual inheritance itself had been falling apart even when he was alive. And I think the only thing he could have done to stabilize the alliance was, ironically, if he had lived 2 years longer. If he had lived 2 years longer, then Mary Theresa would have given birth to her son, later Joseph II, and that would have meant that the Holy Roman Empire could have been inherited by Joseph II, but instead he died prematurely. And that basically resulted in all of the calamities that we saw regarding not only the invasion of Silesia by the Prussians using that pretext, but the actual loss of the Holy Roman dignity itself to the Bavarians. And this again is why you mentioned, Rupert, the whole succession issue, why the Pragmatic Sanction was so disastrous. As I mentioned, the two nieces of Charles VI had a better claim than Mary Theresa by, any primogeniture standard. Now, the issue is that this was used by the Bavarians. One of the daughters, the second daughter of Joseph, had married the Elector of Bavaria, and he became the emperor, the first Wittelsbach Holy Roman Emperor since Ludwig IV in, the 14th century. And the other claimant, who was a better claimant by primogeniture, was, of course, the Queen of Poland and the Electress of Saxony. So had, again, it been a situation where the Pragmatic Sanction had focused on giving either the Saxons or the Wittelsbachs the Pragmatic Sanction, the inheritability of the empire, kind of like what we saw with Sigismund and Albert the Magnanimous in the 15th century, it's possible that the war could have been slightly less disastrous in terms of a starting position for the Austrians. But instead, everything seemed to be so designed to allow for Austria to be invaded and abandoned by her allies on all fronts. And the only thing that really saved this was the remarkable character of Mary Theresa herself. Now, I've been very, very, very harsh, but the more I've thought about Charles, in fact, just thinking about this right now, take the Saxon example. In terms of an opportunity for giving over the inheritance to the von Wethnins in Saxony and Poland. Had that been the case, it's very possible the partitions of Poland would never have happened, because Austria, Bohemia, Hungary, Poland, Lithuania would have been part of the same monarchy. It's possible, again, that the Prussians, being surrounded on all sides, wouldn't have dared risk, Frederick the Great's Silesian operation to basically tear that province apart from the Habsburgs. And it also would have meant that we don't have the disastrous situation where Charles VI went to war to gain an ally, as opposed to shore up the eventual inheritance of his niece. So again, the more I think into this, I can't think of a man who was more short-sighted when it came to geopolitics than Charles VI. That and the fact the only sort of contest against this is actually an argument afforded by Eugene of Savoy, which is that the empire was overstretched after Joseph's campaigns, Joseph I, and that the best way for the Habsburg Empire to survive would have involved a retrenchment. The issue is that there's a difference between retrenchment and consolidation, proactive retrenchment and consolidation, as opposed to simply losing all of these territories in unnecessary wars. The war with the Bourbons in Parma with Spain was unnecessary. The war with the Ottomans was unnecessary. So not only were these territories lost for the sake of this grand retrenchment of the Habsburg monarchy, in the case of Belgrade, you can say it was incredibly prescient for the sake of the Habsburgs and the Danubian Empire going forward. But the Habsburgs expended vast amounts of resources in losing these territories, resources that proved to be incredibly costly. Mary Theresa basically needed to reform the entire Habsburg administration from scratch when she inherited it. So again, my very, very derisive view on Charles VI, which only becomes more so, it seems, with every year. Rupert, you've been very patient. Your thoughts?
Agree with everything. You mentioned Eugene of Savoy, and I believe he actually cancelled what he believed, and I think what is quite sensible to believe is the better course, which is that do I have the exact quote? No, just to concentrate on filling the treasury and equipping the army rather than acquiring signatures. The stipulations were not backed up by hard power and were clearly drawn from a position of weakness. I was just thinking about clearly even just the consolidation of the Habsburg inheritance into like a single recognized block that would be inherited as one. That's an incredibly powerful thing that would almost guaranteed catapult someone into at least B in my books. But the fact that it was done from such a position of weakness, if it was conducted by, say, a Leopold instead, then that would be from a position of relative strength and popularity, and there would be some time to sort of, smooth over any any potential issues that other power players might have with it. But the fact that it was done clearly as a kind of scramble almost at the last second, and that everyone could kind of see it as such, obviously. And then the fact that he just retrenches it further by trying to buy ephemeral support that can just be reneged on immediately after, immediately when it's supposed to come into force. It just seems like one of the most clear, unforced errors of all of the monarchs that we've looked at so far, I think.
Yes, and that's why I'm going to put him in F. And it's interesting, again, you focus on the key point, which I sort of mentioned with the scrap of paper, is that, diplomatic signatures mean nothing in the world, the world of realpolitik without strength and without, hard power to back it up. And this is a very interesting thing. What could he have done differently? If I were in Charles VI's shoes, well, one of the strongest allies for Austria, paradoxically, was Prussia. The Kingdom of Prussia had actually been awarded to Frederick I in, what was it, 1701, by Leopold, Emperor Leopold, for his support in the War of Spanish Succession. And that evolved the aggrandizement of Prussia from a mere sort of margravate, electorate, and duchy into a kingdom in its own right, albeit king in Prussia as opposed to king of Prussia. Now, if I were Charles VI, my whole gambit would have been around marrying Mary Theresa to who would later be Frederick the Great. And the one stipulation would have been that Frederick would have had to convert to Catholicism. In terms of the precedent for this, it had already been established in Saxony. Frederick Augustus had, of course, the Saxons were ardent Lutherans. Lutheranism began in Saxony, and Augustus converted to Catholicism in order to be eligible to become king of Saxony. Now, the prospect of becoming Holy Roman Emperor and also the hereditary ruler of all of those territories in the Habsburg monarchy were far more enticing than Augustus's throne over Poland, which was weak and elective. So, and as someone's very perceptively mentioned, on the theme of Henry IV, the first Bourbon king, Vienna as well were for mass. It's something that I think Frederick Wilhelm I, King of Prussia, the father of Frederick II, would have completely embraced the idea of his son converting to Catholicism and becoming emperor. So again, this bizarre situation where the great Prussian king, the old Fritz, becomes Holy Roman Emperor and ruler of Austria and Prussia. All of world history would have been completely different had that happened. Instead, she was basically betrothed to Francis of Lorraine, who was an insignificant ruler. So insignificant, in fact, that he was actually, his provinces, his home province of Lorraine was exchanged for Tuscany in order to give him a demesne or a constituency which had any sort of power in and of itself. And by this point, Tuscany itself was destitute. So that would have been my solution. And it was a solution which was proposed at the time. So this isn't just my my sort of alternative history fan fiction. It was a serious point, but a lot of people, again, believe the Protestantism invalidated it, and I would agree it would have been contingent on a conversion. But interesting to hear Rupert's thoughts on that.
I'm inclined to agree with Eugene of Savoy broadly that whatever, or looked at slightly differently. So if you, let's say everything plays out the same way, but instead of bargaining for agreement in the treaty or in the pragmatic sanction, agreement to the inheritance, they instead just trade away some of those lands and favors for money instead. So there's at least some kind of like hard power that can be tapped into, a reservoir that can be then tapped into, or make the agreements contingent on fulfillment of the the honoring of the inheritance. So, for example, joining Russia in their war against the Ottomans is something that will take place after the inheritance has been actioned, not before. It's not as good as your solution, but I'm just trying to think in terms of not knowing that I'm trying to, for one thing, not be biased by the fact that we know that Frederick the Great is such a successful ruler later on. Well, and Brandenburg, Prussia, becomes such a significant polity. Just looking at it purely from like the Austrian perspective of like how can you build up the Austrian position in terms of avoiding those military calamities that leave the army more intact and getting yourself some more reserves to be able to tap into. But I think, yeah, your solution is more elegant.
Well, on that note, as someone's quite perceptibly mentioning in the chat, the Prussian solution was perfect in the way that Brandenburg was poor, but it has the best army in Europe. So it's everything you want, basically, in terms of shoring up that position. You want a territory, again, which is economically diminutive, but has, as will be proven during the War of Austrian Succession, the most effective fighting force in Central Europe. Which instead was used against Mary Theresa. So we'll finally talk about her because I rank her actually very highly. Now, Mary Theresa, like I said, had her father actually lived a couple of years longer, the succession issue would have been mitigated somewhat. But nevertheless, Frederick II inherited in the same year as the Emperor Charles VI died. Frederick hated his father to the point that there's actually an incident where the best friend of Frederick II was actually executed when there was a gambit of him escaping to England and was made to watch. But Frederick Wilhelm had ultimately decided on a pro-Austrian match for his son, again, foreshadowing this. And when he becomes king, he decides to completely abandon about-face on Prussia's pro-Catholic, pro-Habsburg policy and invade Silesia. This was done on an incredibly flimsy pretext based on the eschating of Silesian duchies going back to the end of the 16th century, but really that's neither here nor there. It was a dramatic and brazen moment in European history that changed the course of German history forever. Not only that, the loss of Silesia against a derelict and poorly funded army, which was in shambles. But as I mentioned, based on the claim of the niece of Charles VI, the Wittelsbachs pressed their claim successfully to be Holy Roman Emperor, and Charles VII von Wittelsbach became Holy Roman Emperor, and he was backed by the French. The French then won their great battle against the English, it should be mentioned, at Fontenoy, basically nullifying the benefits of an English alliance. So Mary Theresa enters the situation with basically, you could say, not just the loss of Silesia, the loss of the Holy Roman Empire, but perhaps the ruination and decimation of the entire dynasty. So what does she have to fall back on? Well, within the Holy Roman Empire, she can't really claim those territories in her own right, pragmatic sanction aside. So she relies back on Hungary. She presents herself as the Landesmutter, the mother of the nation, in particular of Hungary. She embraces, again, the title of Apostolic Majesty. She is the great Catholic shield maiden of the Hungarian people, where all the previous Habsburgs had basically treated the Hungarians as, in many ways, a liability. She completely embraced the Hungarian cause, and the Hungarian Hussars became essentially the most fervently loyal of her constituencies. She's able to reorganize the army, and she's able to hold on to the rest of the inheritance barring Silesia. And in 1745, the Bavarians are defeated. The forces of her husband Francis occupy Bavaria, and he is able to be elected Holy Roman Emperor, basically guaranteeing that her son will be Holy Roman Emperor. In terms of looking at this within Habsburg history, she is really the creator of a new dynasty, the dynasty of Lorraine Habsburg, or Habsburg-Lorraine, as they would refer to it as. She basically solves all of the succession issues that have plagued all of the rulers that we've been referencing here. She basically turns her fecundity, her maternal role of the empire, into a great sort of source of spiritual and political and even artistic strength. She is a great new patron of the arts, the great patron of Schönbrunn, and an entirely sort of new style of court for Vienna. And then she is able to inaugurate one of the most significant diplomatic revolutions in history, which is the diplomatic revolution of 1756. Now, I have always sympathized with the idea of France and the Habsburgs being allies, because from a a Christendom point of view, it makes the most sense, rather than having these two Catholic powers fight out over who is the greatest of the Catholic nations, and allying, in the case of France, to the Turks and the Protestants in order to do it, basically making a nonsense of Christendom. The natural alliance between those two powers basically would be a source for far greater European stability and strength. And under her minister von Kaunitz, Mary Theresa is able to achieve not only this alliance with France, which I believe is, from a Catholic point of view, the natural alliance, but also an alliance with Elizabeth, the Tsarista of Russia. Now, on paper, it would seem that this alliance would completely and utterly destroy Prussia once and for all, take back Silesia and demote it, and possibly even tear up the kingdom forever, reduce it to nothing more than the Margravate of Brandenburg. However, if you're going to look at the situation with like a Henry V or whatever of England, Frederick loses many great battles. The greatest battle he loses is the Battle of Kunersdorf. In fact, Berlin is temporarily occupied by Hungarian hussars. The difference is that the Grand Alliance created by Mary Theresa is not used to fighting this total war, which Frederick would basically espouse. And so Frederick not only contends to fight this, battle to the finish, using all the resources, debasing the currency, drafting any men of any nationality by all means necessary, in order to keep the war going, and using, the British basically as a peripheral concern as his allies in this war. But he's saved by, quote unquote, two miracles of Brandenburg. The first, where the Hungarians don't remain in Brandenburg and in Berlin, and the second, when Empress Elizabeth dies, leading to Peter III having this really dramatic diplomatic about turn where he allies with the Prussians, with the Russians having fought them for the last 5 years. So on paper, diplomatically, this would be seen as a great triumph. But all of these, again, almost inexplicable forces coalesce to ensure that the diplomatic alliance, the diplomatic revolution, actually failed to deliver the key objective, which was the regaining of Silesia. But nevertheless, under Mary Theresa, the Erbländer, the system of administration, was improved. We have the whole era of the Cameralissimus in terms of the reification of the Catholic monarchy. She is leading that. She also is able to profit from the partitions of Poland, gaining Galicia Lodomeria, which was the greatest of the partitions of the decimation of Poland. From a broader, European point of view, you can say it was part of a disaster. And I will argue that both Catherine the Great and Mary Theresa were in many ways duped by the Prussian king in order to do this. But nevertheless, from the Prussian king, it was used as a way basically to give her some compensation for the loss of Silesia. So Silesia was lost, but instead you have the wealthiest part of Catholic Poland, which was given to the Austrian Empire. So Austria gained significantly as a result of that. And through her sons, Joseph II and Leopold, again, she was able to leave a more compact, inheritable unit, a dynastic unit. Basically, she was able to achieve the pragmatic sanction her father had fought for on her own terms. Had it basically been left to a less effective ruler, it's very possible that, given the situation she inherited, she would have lost everything and the Habsburg monarchy would have collapsed. Alas, she was able to hold the Habsburg monarchy together, and she was able to preserve it even against the forces of Frederick II, the great Prussian king, as the second greatest power in Europe, barring France itself. So I'll be interested to hear your thoughts on Mary Theresa.
Yeah, definitely agree with everything you said. Definite contender for S tier. I think the only things I'd add is, to her credit, she was also able to mitigate some of the damage of the loss of Silesia. I mean, as you said, rightfully she should have got it back because everything was set in place for her to have done so. But the death of the Empress of Russia as a sort of freak accident to essentially change the fortunes of Prussia's war effort that were otherwise basically lost at that point. Basically out of her hands. But she was able to bring some of the industry into Bohemia, I believe. So some of the economic power of Silesia was clawed back by taking out some of the craftsmen, localized industries that could be moved were moved. Obviously, a lot of the wealth was in material resources and mining and such, which aren't as easily moved. But she brought back what she could. And although I didn't really want to give too much credit for the presence of Eugene of Savoy, who sort of fell into the Habsburgs' lap, I think to Maria Theresa's credit, she seems to have been very good about her use of advisors, in that she seems to have been quite a good judge of sort of intelligence and capability, such that she was able to work with and defer to competent ministers quite well, even when they were not necessarily in line with her natural viewpoint, but was still able to utilize them effectively and get the best out of them, which stands in contrast to later rulers. But I think there's not really much to say to her detriment.
Yes, I'm unlike what we have with Charles V and Philip II. I think, given the hand she was dealt, if anything, we talked about Queen Elizabeth in the last stream. I would actually argue that she was in as bad a situation, if not worse, than Queen Elizabeth, and she was able to trump her achievements in many ways.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So for that reason, I think alone, the sole member of the Habsburg Lorraine, her new dynasty that belongs in S, which is interesting again because she was very wise enough to treat the different respective domains of her realm separately, pragmatic, sanction aside, which is in stark contrast to her eventual successor, Joseph II, perhaps the most oft talked about and I don't know, mentally, intellectually complex of all the Habsburgs, but self-admitted when he died in 1790 to have failed in all of his endeavors. Let that be my epitaph. What do I mean by that? Well, he was in many ways a fanboy of Frederick the Great, but if anything, he was more ambitious than Frederick the Great. Frederick the Great had relied on the nobility. He basically allowed for the reform of the Prussian state. In many ways, he continued on the work of his predecessors going back 100 years. But Frederick the Great basically realized that I need to give every concession to my, the Junkers, the nobility, in order to lead my troops. Whereas Joseph II managed to simultaneously piss off everyone in the empire all at once. He pissed off the Catholics, he dissolved the monasteries, he pissed off the peripheral territories, the localities, he inspired a revolution in Belgium. He tried to impose a uniform system of German administration. Regarding the whole Belgian situation again, he tried to exchange Belgium in order to get the Bavarian inheritance. Of course, that not only failed, but it further alienated the Belgian population from the Habsburgs as well. Which also goes back, I think, to my argument regarding why Charles VI was such a failure. Is that had Charles VI had more, actually no, I didn't put him in F. Lest I forget. If Charles VI had more foresight, ironically, if Joseph II being there, his grandson in the place, Joseph II would have really exploited the fact that a Wittelsbach inheritance, giving the niece of Charles VI the inheritance, would have meant that the empire would have become more German as a whole. But of course, Charles VI was too much of an egomaniac in order to allow for one of his nieces, as opposed to his own daughter, to become emperor. So that didn't happen. But nevertheless, that's the strategy that Joseph II went for and failed for in the so-called Potato War. And ironically, given how Frederick had so brazenly violated the peace in the empire to conquer Silesia, Frederick II actually was able to present Joseph, the man who hated war, was pretty much inept at war, beyond that of being a military administrator, as the great aggressor within the Holy Roman Empire. When he did try to follow essentially the expansionist aims that we see, the dramatic expansion of Catherine the Great in the Crimea and in Bessarabia and Ukraine, he tried to annex Bosnia and Herzegovina and failed to do so, and was defeated by the Prussians, to the point that his brother, when inheriting the position, had to bring the Austrian armies together and try to have some form of coalition army with which to face the French revolutionaries. And the issue is, again, him trying to control forces like the Enlightenment. The great sort of intellectual backer behind him was Sonnenfels. He believed perhaps more consummately than Catherine the Great and Frederick II, in a more undiluted version of enlightened despotism. But as he himself would accept, I put him more in the rank of Peter III or Paul of Russia, who were both failures as emperors, and in both cases they were essentially killed off. But in the case of Joseph, we have a man who was willing to legislate on every little issue regarding people's lives, even the peasantry. He managed to alienate by the fact that he was intent on abolishing saints' days in order to improve the productivity of the population. Why did he ultimately dissolve monasteries? Because he believed that the monasteries were economically useless. His mother was, of course, Catholic through and through. Her only major concession had been to the vast number of Orthodox subjects within Serbia and within Transylvania, and of course within Galicia-Lodomeria when she annexed it. But Joseph II was intent on hacking at the Catholic core of the empire by basically granting religious freedom to everyone, which was essentially undone a couple of years within his death, within the time of his death. So the greatest sort of what if regarding his legacy is really the use of German as the administration of his empire, and trying to expand the empire into Germany and make Austria more of a German principality. But if you take his disastrous military reputation, the fact that he didn't really want to use military strength in the way that Frederick II had done so expertly, again, it seems that the unwillingness to combine these forces is sort of landing us in the same situation with Charles VI, where the Austrian Empire, the enlightened despotism, despite all of its grand pretensions, wasn't really backed by anything. And so he encountered rebellion on all fronts, almost simultaneously, and required someone like his far more sort of politically sort of adroit brother to bail him out of that situation. So for all those reasons, it's very difficult to have a positive opinion on Joseph II unless you have a fundamental sort of issue with the whole basis of Habsburg rule throughout his entire history. Joseph II seemed to want to upend all of that in order to leave a German principality behind, and failed to do so. So I'd be interested to hear your thoughts.
The only thing I'd do is probably add fuel onto the fire of scorn, because I believe it was the sort of Brabant Revolution, which then ended up driving discontents and radicals over into France, which probably contributed to the unrest that they felt there, as happened also much later with communists being concentrated into various places. So potentially his legacy is in part a spinning out of control of the situation in France to some extent. In as much as there needed to be extra fuel added onto the fire of all the domestic problems of France prior to the revolution there, but adding more radicals certainly didn't help.
So yes, I mean, for that, I'm going to, I think, put him an F. I think the fact that he regarded himself as a failure makes it easier.
Yeah, definitely.
Now, this is a very interesting and forgotten, but despite the fact he only ruled for 2 years, very significant, because, well, Leopold, the brother of Joseph II, was more radical than him in many ways. He was more religiously heterodox. He was an advocate of Febronianism. He wanted to reform the church, and he was basing his original center of power, because he was the brother, he wasn't the son, in Tuscany. And this almost caused his excommunication next to the Pope. He had decided to model Tuscany on the Virginia Constitution in America. He was a great advocate for the American War of Independence. This is an Austrian emperor, it should be mentioned. And, he was a wholesale sort of devotee of the Enlightenment. But unlike Joseph II, he basically turns into a Catherine the Great type figure. And what do I mean by that? Catherine the Great, in the last 5 years of her reign, realized that many of the causes she espoused, her patronage of Voltaire, etc., had led to a situation where she was actually undermined by it. And so what Leopold did, once he inherited the position, was try and undo all of the mistakes as rapidly as possible that he had inherited from his brother Joseph. So he basically went to Hungary, which was basically an open rebellion against the Habsburgs, thanks to the pro-German policies of Joseph II, to the point that the Hungarians don't even count Joseph II as a monarch, even reigning in Hungary, compared to how beloved the Hungarian Mary Theresa was by the Hungarians. Joseph II is absolutely loathed by Hungarians even to this day. So what happens is Leopold comes in and again grants the Hungarians all of the concessions they had during the reign of Mary Theresa to win back their loyalty. Now, why is he in such a rush? He's in such a rush because he has to organize a coalition to deal with the fact that France will declare war on Austria, in a year or so. He basically supports the flight to Varennes, which, if anything, was an open declaration of war by Austria on the revolutionary establishment within Paris. He leaves his reactionary son, the future Emperor Francis, to deal with domestic affairs, which basically meant rolling back on many of the worst reforms that we saw with Joseph II, which actually you can say more or less by the year 1794 amounts to a white terror in eliminating masonry and all the sort of proto-revolutionary forces that we see in Austria. So Leopold, despite his short reign, achieves a vast amount, including the first coalition against the French revolutionary forces that he's not alive, but basically to foresee. So again, I almost look at him as the pure Austrian encapsulation of realpolitik, who's prepared to abandon all of his incredibly idealistic notions in order to place the empire on a war footing when faced with the threat of the French Revolution. I find that very interesting.
And in contrast to his predecessor, in contrast to Joseph II, he's actually willing to back up his policies with force domestically as well. So he has much more success in pursuing domestic policy, as well as the fact that it's obviously just more popular than what Joseph II was trying to push as well, of course. Definitely very, very wise. And also his handling of the diplomatic situation in the East, which you might know a little bit more about, or to talk about in a little bit more detail, seems quite ingenious to me as well.
Well, yes. I mean, he is able to, appeal to the Russians, essentially, in terms of eventually bringing them over in terms of a coalition war. He's the one who basically oversees, the second partition of Poland, and will later have the third partition, which revolves, the final abolition. If I remember correctly, the second partition of Poland again awards Catholic, wealthy regions of Poland to the Austrians at that time. So, what if they've lost Bosnia-Herzegovina? It doesn't matter because they've gained, wealthy Catholic regions in Poland at that expense. And again, it's the ability to form basically a status quo antebellum with the Ottomans in order to take the forces and reassemble them. With, it should be mentioned, the Prussians in alliance with the Austrians as well. So there's going to be no, at first, divide and conquer with the French appealing to certain German princes. That comes later. But under Leopold, all the forces, it would seem, again, are, including Britain and Spain, allied with Austria against the French. So you can look at his reign as remarkable in the fact that it's almost a perfect corrective in a very short amount of time to the failed policy of his predecessor. I'm not quite sure how to rank that as a result.
It is I don't think in terms of how we've been ranking things so far, it can't go up to an S because it's not in any way kind of like epoch defining, even though there's no failure to point to.
I'm happy sort of leaving him in B, I think, just again due to his reign being so short, and effectively it establishes the conditions from which Francis's reign will be created. But I think unfortunately brevity sort of comes back to undermine any sort of long-lasting effects that he himself would be responsible for.
Yeah, that is fair, but it is noteworthy that I don't think I could really attribute much of any kind of downside to his reign, other than perhaps not being as prepared as knowing later history he would have needed to be to deal with the French issue that was on the horizon. But he seemed to have more or less done what he could.
I think it is really remarkable, again, just as with Catherine the Great, ideologically, just the complete about turn. Leaving someone who basically everyone agrees to be very unimaginative and conservative in complete control of Austria for the next 40 years, which brings us to good Emperor Francis. Now, I have very sort of, as with Charles V, complicated views on him, because it seems that he had very little in the way of grander ambitions. If you're going to represent sort of several Habsburg strains, one is, again, the appeal to the unity of Europe and the unity of Christendom. That, you can say, is the overarching concern of someone like Philip II. Then you have the sort of greater, dynastic hopes of European integration. Then you look at Maximilian I as this great sort of coalition builder. Now, Francis falls into that rank of coalition builder, but he is so concerned with Hausmacht, dynastic power, that it basically almost undermines any core principle the empire has to the loftier goals of someone like a Philip II in building the greater sort of imperial control over Christendom. And what better way to demonstrate that than by abolishing the Holy Roman Empire on his own initiative? Because in terms of essentially what happens is that the French Revolutionary Wars happen and the Austrians lose again and again. They lose against Napoleon decisively in the War of the First Coalition and driven out of Italy. And Napoleon is basically able to redraw the map of Italy. The Austrians then come back. They have a near victory at Marengo, but ultimately defeated by Napoleon, and defeated at Moreau, Hohenlinden. Now, this establishes the conditions for the mediatizations. And as far as I'm concerned, the mediatizations in the French Revolution destroy the Holy Roman Empire before its official end. The great caveat you can give, mitigating circumstance you can give the Emperor Francis, is that had he not decided to, again, dubiously abolish the Holy Roman Empire under his own volition, Napoleon could have basically usurped that rank from him. But my issue with him is that he never decided to recreate it, instead dwelling almost single-mindedly on this notion of Hausmacht, the undisputed power of the Habsburgs to wield power within Austria and within Austria only. So by that I mean, when he creates the Empire of Austria in 1804, it's a response to Napoleon. And it's done without any sort of ritual. It's done without any coronation ceremony. And it's almost Protestant in terms of its implications. It's just I crown thee, I crown myself, and I'm going to afford all of these powers which are inherent in me. And I don't need to be accountable to any sort of authority beyond that, simply of the dynasty of the house. If there is one element of the Habsburgs, which is exemplified by Francis, it is the power of the house and only the power of the house, to the extent that he basically limits the ambitions of his far more idealistic and ambitious brothers. I mentioned Johann on this channel, and Johann's ambition basically of uniting Germany under Habsburg auspices, that doesn't interest Francis at all, as with the idea of reviving the Holy Roman Empire. In terms of preserving this idea of Hausmacht, he agrees to an alliance with Napoleon under the auspices of Clemens von Metternich in 1809. And I've actually done a whole sort of video talking about the beginning of the end for the Habsburgs, with a dreary portrait of Francis sort of looking over it in terms of all the lost potential of the peace settlement that we see after Napoleon. The greatest being the fact that the Austrians were prepared to get rid of Belgium in particular, which I believe in many ways was the nadir of Austria for various reasons, which I won't get into here because it's all explained in that video. So what does Francis achieve? Francis establishes a form of benign absolutism within Austria, which, combined with a censorious regime and expansive police network, basically means that the Austrian Empire is relatively, again, fiscally, insolvent, but it's at peace. The Hungarian issue and all the nationality and liberal issues are simmering, but he's basically been responsible for cutting the head off the revolutionary threat in the 1790s. And so Austria is able to organize and field larger and larger and larger armies against France, to the point of almost defeating Napoleon in the War of the Fifth Coalition in 1809. But nevertheless, the resources of Austria aren't sufficient in order to defeat Napoleon, and so they have to revolve back on these coalition wars. And he's able to, again, leave a very checkered legacy in the sense that because Hausmacht, because dynasty is the overriding concern, he actually enforces the. A lot of people believe Metternich is responsible for this, but it's not Metternich, it's Francis is responsible for placing his mentally incapacitated son Ferdinand as emperor, simply because he believes that beyond ability or beyond any sort of imagination or capacity for rule, primogeniture and the power of the house should rule supreme above all. And because of that, and that rather myopic concern, I think it actually, in many ways, handicaps the empire for much of its history going forward. The ironic thing, again, is that when Franz Joseph enters the sort of second half of his reign, he becomes the second Francis in this regard, looking, in terms of the preservation of the power of the house, really at the expense of all else, while the more sort of grander, loftier ideological reasons why the empire should exist have sort of increasingly ceased to be. The difference is that Francis's reign, the Vormärz, the before the revolution, the Biedermeier period, is seen as a far more tranquil period than the period over which Franz Joseph reigns. But I'll be interested to hear your thoughts.
Reminds me a little bit of Charles V, insofar as he's, well, it's not so much that he's entirely bequeathed it, so it is achieved during his lifetime and under his reign, but the hegemonic position, especially diplomatically, that Austria enjoys immediately after the Napoleonic Wars, basically squandered, as you're getting at. There doesn't really seem to have been much of anything that is meaningfully done with it, other than maybe crushing a few rebellions here and there in foreign countries that doesn't really yield Austria much, and they just kind of let it slip away.
Well, the biggest argument I've always used as to why Belgium's loss was so consequential is that Belgium obviously is one of the first flashpoints for revolution, and obviously the first sort of domino to fall, as everyone would expect, is in France. Now, again, in terms of the Pacte de Famille and the diplomatic revolution and all of these things, the Bourbon cause in France would seem to be, again, contingent on support of the Austrian Habsburgs. And as far as I'm concerned, Charles X is kind of like a situation with Charles I of England, is that I believe Charles X was directionally correct, but ultimately he was defeated nonetheless, and we can't sort of dispute that claim. But his defeat, as far as I'm concerned, was confirmed by the fact that had the Austrians been in Belgium and not the Dutch, by comparison, the Protestant Dutch, and one of the reasons, again, why the empire in many ways was morally bankrupt, the fact that the Catholic Holy Roman Emperor was prepared to give up his loyal Catholic Burgundian subjects to a Protestant king. That shouldn't be overlooked, in the same way that the Protestant Prussian king was able to rule over a huge amount of Westphalian and Rhenish Catholic subjects in West Germany. But anyway, the loss of Belgium, I think, was a major consequential factor for the victory of the two revolutions in France. First, the revolution against Charles X, then the February Revolution against Louis Philippe. And as far as I'm concerned, again, that was an intentional decision by Francis. Francis didn't want to have to deal with that issue. He wanted a continuous empire. I mean, even Metternich was opposed him on this front. Metternich, say, for example, said that the Austrians shouldn't annex Venice. Venice is a great historical, ancient Catholic Italian republic, and the annexation will only drive Italian antipathy towards the Habsburgs, which of course it does. And of course, Francis isn't concerned. He wants his compensation for the loss of Belgium, and he gets it in the form of Venice, which only remains part of the empire for some 50 years. So, like I said, remarkably, he's victorious against Napoleon, but I think he's incredibly short-sighted, and he's almost like one of these sort of Marquis of Salisbury type characters towards the end of his reign, which is that any change is invariably bad, so it's our policy to change as little as possible. And therefore, there isn't this, great imaginative take on the empire It's simply, you know, I possess the possessions of the Habsburg domains, and I will continue to possess them, you know, in the manner which I believe to be essentially most conducive to my aims. And it leads to this bizarre logic where the service to the Austrian, you know, empire will be best served by placing an idiot. I mean that in its most clinical sense, on the throne of Austria, which, again, it's controversial as to where to place him, because I would basically place him in C, because you can't overlook the fact that he did preside over a great period of peace, even at the cost of these loftier ambitions. And he was ultimately responsible for being part of a coalition which deposed Napoleon. But in the long term, you can say that his overall sort of goals and policies for the Austrian Empire reduced it essentially to being nothing more than an Oriental novelty, which it was in the last half of the 19th century.
Yeah, your points about Belgium do remind me. Well, it makes me think a little bit that there was kind of a inability for Austria to kind of realize the moment, like the actual situation, in the sense of what had kind of already been achieved and what had to be maintained. So they'd kind of moved from a stage of being threatened by not entirely necessarily existential wars per se, but much more high intensity wars to essentially police actions, and the utility of Belgium in the former situation is not the same as the utility in the latter situation. So, keeping it as a kind of policing outpost, as you say, would have been incredibly useful for later events, and probably very predictable later events. But there seems to have just been, I suppose, an inability to recognize that and still just viewing it as an undefendable frontier, effectively.
Well, it's again this situation. I go back to to loyalty, which is the whole point. What does it mean to be an Austrian? What's it mean to be an imperial subject? Well, loyalty to the dynasty. Belgium had been essentially the product of the dynasty. It gone back to Philip the Fair of Burgundy, the creator of the Order of the Golden Fleece. It was in many ways where the empire began. It was Charles V's birthplace. So much of the Habsburg project was invested in Belgium. People find my position on Belgium rather amusing, because most people in this country believe that Belgium was created in 1830 and shouldn't exist because of the Flanders Wallonia division. But nevertheless, I have an incredibly soft spot for Belgium for obvious reasons. And as far as I'm concerned, it was the willing renunciation of a loyal population to a incredibly unpopular, and from the point of view of a Catholic, heretical monarch, that seems so, again, indicative of the narrow concerns facing someone like Francis, even if it came at the expense, as you alluded to, of that gendarme role of Europe that someone like Nicholas of Russia would take far more seriously than Francis ever did. And, on a personal note, I can never really forgive him for that.
Well, I mean, Francis does seem to have taken it seriously for a time. There was the intervention in the Two Sicilies, as I recall, early on. But yeah, I mean, just in general, the inability to kind of recognize what time it is and what sort of opportunities are available and what the necessities of the time are. This doesn't seem to have advanced past the Napoleonic Wars era, and kind of just they squandered and missed out on a massive opportunity. And also, just to add on your Belgian point quickly, so as we were talking about previously, under Maximilian I, a lot of the Habsburg Empire was built with Belgian hands as well. So
yes, it all begins with Belgium, and the beginning of the end is with the loss, the renunciation of Belgium. Oh well, I mean, I have a whole video where I go into this in depth, and it's the only video of it you're going to find on YouTube, because no one is as weirdly sort of idiosyncratically autistic as I am. So, especially in English, could Belgium be preserved now as an independent state under a Habsburg sovereign, a junior son? Yes, absolutely. That could have easily been a compromise. Indeed, it was a policy established as early as Philip II of Spain. He established his daughter as the Queen of, or the Lady of Belgium. and she had a son that would have become a independent, lorddom in its own right. It couldn't have been a kingdom because it was part of the Holy Roman Empire, and it wasn't until the 18th century where everyone decided to become or purchase the right to become kings. But yes, absolutely possible. And given how many brothers Francis had, there were any numbers of Austrian archdukes who could fulfill that role. But because, again, one of the facets of Francis is that he wanted to completely control the dynasty. It wasn't simply dynastic power, but dynastic power under him, that he wouldn't ever allow for a situation where he had a rival with a principality of his own.
Yeah, the model already existed in the Grand Duchy of Tuscany. So yeah, just replicate that same model in Belgium.
Yes, exactly, and that was a more recent example, and of course that will continue, because the Grand Duchy of Tuscany, of course, was restored after the Napoleonic conflict. So yeah, anyway, that's just my weird point. So now we come to Ferdinand, the Austrian equivalent of Charles II. I mean, I've done a video on him, and I basically called him, the reign of good feelings, or sort of the Emperor Gemütlichkeit in German, which is just that he was indicative of, a rather sort of bourgeois, jovial, Austrian culture, the later sort of Biedermeier period. But obviously it was indicative of Francis's belief that there would be no turmoil, there would be no political interruptions, that the situation he left him would exist forever. And that's rather remarkable. But that was the genuine belief, that the situation in Austria and the post sort of Carlsbad era was so secure that Ferdinand could live on. And indeed, had he lived on, he would have lived on until the 1870s, because he died as the good sort of King Ferdinand of Prague in Prague Castle in 1875. So there was an alternative history out there where he could have reigned Austria over 40 years, had Francis's rather deluded attitude that he could have been left and allow essentially for a Regency Council to dominate affairs in Austria, which, it should be mentioned, the Regency Council was again disastrous because it paralyzed the administration of Austria and paralyzed the impetus for reform, because you had one member of, Karl Ludwig, who was the regent for representing the family, who hated Metternich, and then you had Kolowrat, who was Metternich's arch rival in the court, and you had Metternich. So combine these forces together, and it was just a ruinous tonic, essentially, for factionalism and division in a way that actually hadn't existed in the later reign of Francis. So yeah, you can't really blame him for any of these mistakes. I think all of these shortcomings for poor Ferdinand are almost entirely incumbent upon the hubris of Francis himself.
And the slight mitigation, I would say, although the point in the back of my mind is that is also essentially how Franz Joseph is brought into power initially by a sort of like a circle of powerful magnates. I believe Radetzky, Windisch-Gratz, and possibly one or two others. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Yes, Prince Johann and his mother, the Archduchess Sophie, and obviously her husband, who was the father, yeah.
Yes, so, essentially you're just talking about the same arrangement, but with changed personnel. So, it wasn't necessarily a bad idea in theory, but obviously events kind of passed him by a little bit. And I will also say that there is some merit to the idea that, especially viewing things as in terms of a relatively new polity, granted the Austrian succession, as we were talking about with the Pragmatic Sanction, had already been more or less solidified by that point. So it's not really as, it doesn't really necessitate a shoring up in the same kind of way. But the idea of keeping the succession kind of mechanistic, more legalistic and just automatic, rather than setting the precedent of handpicking a successor. I think there is some merit to that in principle, but
there is in principle, so long as, again, you don't have Ferdinand as your heir.
Yes, well, this is the thing. I guess you've got to choose between those principles, and if you do think that it's going to be smooth sailing into the infinite future, then well, that's a very curious point to take, given what he lived through. But yeah, If
but
that is your
again,
assumption, it's not too unreasonable. But yeah, it's not a reasonable assumption.
but it's interesting is that because Leopold, the Leopoldian sort of situation comes back in the form of the earlier reign of Franz Joseph. When your entire reign essentially for the first couple of years is a corrective to the previous reign, which Franz Joseph's is. So we'll finally come to Franz Joseph, who is very difficult to judge. I'm just going to put Ferdinand in F. It's very difficult. Kind of like Charles II, it's almost NA. You can't really attribute any major decisions or anything to Ferdinand, and of course he was a failure in the sense that he was actually deposed by a revolution, the 1848 revolution. But with Franz Joseph,
yeah, I was just going to say quickly, even my points in defense of him are not really things that you can attribute to him. So yeah, can't really put him anywhere other than F.
So, I mean, Franz Joseph is incredibly complicated to assess because, interestingly enough, he was consciously named Franz Joseph after Emperor Franz and Emperor Joseph II, and he encapsulates both of them to a degree. His first reign, you can say, was the Josephine reign, and the second part of his reign was the Franciscan reign. But despite how iconic he is, and despite how he legitimized and allowed for the prestige of, you can basically derisively refer to it as Danubia or, Caecania into the 20th century, he has a large part of the responsibility for allowing the Habsburgs basically to allow themselves into that situation. Because when he inherited the throne, just to emphasize this, the Habsburg Empire was potentially the strongest, after the revolutions were crushed, the Hungarian Revolution, the Russian intervention, Austria was the second most powerful continental power outside of Russia. It had the best army. It was that great sort of Catholic bulwark, not just in the Balkans, but also in Germany and in Italy. And you've already referenced that, Rupert, with the intervention into the Kingdom of Two Sicilies. I think it was in 1819. And within 20 years, Franz Joseph inheriting that position, a lot of people have basically referred to the whole makeup of the empire in those early years as clay from which Franz Joseph could have molded into anything he wanted, because of basically the extra legal and revolutionary way in which figures like Schwarzenberg and von Bach supported his policies of quote-unquote neo-absolutism or Austrian autocracy. His foreign policy decisions leave Austria in a position of being a second-rate power in Europe. And you can say, of all the quote-unquote great powers in Europe, the only power that was more pathetic was Italy. So in many ways, he lost everything. He lost everything that made all of these other rulers, from really Maximilian onwards, relevant and significant in a grand sort of European and Catholic context. Franz Joseph, you can say, carrying on the sort of benign absolutism of his grandfather, his grandfather, Francis, was prepared to sort of allow it to be a sort of a popular monarchy. But what was it? What was the monarchy supposed to represent towards the end? That's something that his successor, Karl, would have to grapple with and ultimately fail to resolve. So just to emphasize this in terms of the success, at the beginning we have the defeat of the Hungarian and the Austrian revolutions in 1848. The intervention by the Russians, it should be mentioned, is really rather decisive. From there, he asserts through his minister von Schwarzenberg Austrian influence predominance over the German Confederation, where basically Prussia had been trying to assert its own authority and replace Austria in that regard. That proposal is thwarted, and Austria reassumes its ascendancy over the Confederation. Then you have essentially the disillusion of Hungary, once again, referring back to Joseph II and how Joseph II is so hated in Hungary, trying to rule the empire as a series of provinces. His first major failing, as far as I'm concerned, is a foreign policy failing, which is his ambiguous state towards, or rather hostile position towards, Russia and the Crimean War. Austria basically imagined under him that it could gain control over Romania, or what was then the Wallachian and Moldovan principalities in the Danube, by essentially forcing Russia to make concessions without declaring war. Now, funny enough, Bismarck was knocking around at this time. He was the Prussian minister to the German Confederation, and Bismarck was able to pursue a policy which effectively, as far as I'm concerned, allowed for German unification under Prussia. And he failed. Franz Joseph failed astronomically in this regard, which is in betraying Russia, which has supported him during the revolutions of 1848, 1849. He left Austria completely isolated from 1856 onwards without any gains from the Crimean War. To make matters worse, Emperor Napoleon III, who I generally have a very positive opinion on when it comes to foreign policy, I'm happy to admit that he was a complete dupe. And in one of these ways, he was duped by the brilliant Savoyard Prime Minister, the Prince de Cavour, to invade Italy, which was basically ruled over de facto by the Habsburgs, in order to gain some very peripheral territories from the Savoy monarchy. And this leads to Solferino, which, unlike what we saw with Radetzky, as you mentioned in Italy, Rupert, the Austrians are defeated, and they have to make concessions to the creation of a new Kingdom of Italy, which again is completely disastrous for Habsburg aims. The Habsburgs have basically ruled over Italy directly and indirectly since the beginning of the 16th century. And now they've been, by the end of 1867, they're going to be entirely kicked out of all but a few peripheral Italian territories in Carniola and the Trentino. And then you have the German debacle on top of all that. Having been left isolated following the Crimean War, there is then a failure to create an alliance with France to oppose Prussian aggrandizement. And following the Schleswig-Holstein War, Prussia basically contrives of a casus belli against the Austrians and is able to very swiftly, in 7 weeks, defeat the Austrians at the Battle of Königgrätz in 1866 with Italian support. Well, not really Italian support, because the Italians didn't perform very well, but nevertheless, it not only destroyed the entire imperial legacy of Austria within Germany in one short strike, surgical strike by Prussia, but it caused a revolution within the empire itself, which forced the Hungarians and the Habsburgs to sit down and eke out the literal compromise of the Ausgleich. And that establishes the empire going forward, which is essentially this rearguard action against the forces of nationalism, which have won in Italy and won in Germany, and will essentially destroy the Ottoman Empire from ever taking over Austria. Now, funny enough, the Hungarians at once are one of these great instigating forces for nationalism, yet they also allow for the Austrian Empire to be preserved, because the more intelligent and perceptive Hungarians within the Habsburg Empire realize that having a Hungarian oligarchy which is united and powerful and can present basically their interests to the emperor, would ensure that Hungary was far more powerful, influential, and better protected within Austria than its own independent country. So basically, the Ausgleich pivoted Hungary basically into a position of pseudo-ascendancy. And we basically have an unhappy recreation of what happened under Mary Theresa. And then, of course, we have the events that lead up to the First World War, which, again, I don't blame on Franz Joseph. I blame that mainly on the Russian response in the Balkans rather than Franz Joseph. If anything, I think what we see with von Herzendorf and Bosnia-Herzegovina was rather limited in terms of its overall aims. But the Russians interpreted them as an existential threat, when in many ways they were only a political threat. So very, very complicated legacy. It's very hard to make any sort of concise statements about Franz Joseph for this reason, because he fits into so many sort of archetypes almost simultaneously. On the one hand, he's credited as being the grandfatherly force that's able to hold the empire as a dynastic unit like his grandfather Francis together. Yet at the same time, from a foreign policy point of view, he leaves the Austrian Empire as basically a junior partner, if not, I'm not going to call it a satellite, but very much a junior partner to the diplomatic interests of Prussia, later Germany. There is an argument to be said that had Bismarck, not been so predisposed towards an Austrian alliance, that Austria could have been destroyed in the War of 1866. It's one of the great epic moments in history where Bismarck is fighting the king. Literally, he's throwing lamps at the king of Prussia, Bismarck, in order to try and cajole, use every means at his disposal to prevent Prussia from dismantling Austria in 1866. So, if anything, Bismarck was both the destroyer of the Austrian Empire and its deliverance as its later incarnation as Danubia. Again, a lot of thoughts sort of whirling around and arguments that could be made. And of course, any one of these points could be fleshed out for hours, but I'll be interested to hear Rupert's general thoughts.
Yeah, I think you've mentioned one of them, but the field is sort of replete with what ifs, because there's so many points at which, especially with the amount of political capital that Franz Joseph had been able to, even right at the start of his reign, he could, as you said, he could do almost anything he wanted. With the only mitigating factor being, his incredibly loyalist, allies in the military, which, obviously for most of the things that he would have wanted to pursue for bolstering the empire, like they probably wouldn't have had any problem with that at all. I think things that come to mind. So you mentioned the Crimean War misstep, but there's also the misstep in the possibility to intervene in the Franco-Prussian War to, perhaps save face later on. I mean, we can argue that that was not really viable given the recent humiliation they'd had.
Do you know what the interesting thing about that is that the same mistake is repeated twice by both sides. Napoleon III had refused to ally himself with Austria when given, again, that would have been the intelligent decision in 1866. He shouldn't have allied with Savoy because it basically created a major hypocrisy in Italy, where he had to garrison Rome to prevent it being occupied by the Italians, which basically ensured that Italy was not an ally. He didn't gain anything apart from, again, peripheral regions of Savoy and Nice, which aren't worth the major diplomatic cost it caused as a result of that conflict. And again, as I mentioned with Kaunitz, the natural intelligent thing to do would be for Austria and France to form an alliance together, because they both had an interest in not only preserving the European status quo, especially with Napoleon III being an active force and preserving, you can say, Catholic monarchy, but also preventing German unification, most potently, because German unification was, as it turned out, a near fatal threat to both of them. So they should have formed an alliance in 1866. Why didn't they? Because Napoleon believed, he misjudged, that he could exploit a long, protracted war between Austria and Prussia in order to send an ultimatum to the Prussians to win territories of the left bank of the Rhine. The Austrians, by contrast, to propose that, no, in an alliance, they would gain those territories and Austria would gain Silesia. Basically, you can say a return to what we saw in 1856, so in 1756 with Mary Theresa and the diplomatic revolution. But that didn't happen because Napoleon III wanted to gain those territories without lifting a finger, essentially. So he very, very badly misjudged the situation, and that's why the alliance didn't happen that time. In the case of Austria, in 1870, they had basically the similar argument. One Saxon von Beust, who was very anti-Prussian. Saxony and Prussia are basically, in many ways, mortal enemies in that region. One of the few diplomatic successes of Napoleon's entire career was being able to recognize that fact. But anyway, the Austrians from 1867 to 1870 believed that the Ausgleich was the compromise with Hungary wasn't going to lead to a permanent situation of power sharing. Rather, it was just a temporary mechanism, as had been done so many times with Hungary, in order to regalvanize the forces of the empire to defeat Prussia. Again, the issue is that the Austrians believed, kind of like the French believed 4 years earlier, that the French would be far more effective a force than they were in the Franco-Prussian War, and that it could have simply been a matter of the Prussians and the French fighting it out. The Bavarians, say, for example, who were allied forcefully to the Prussians, switching sides, and Austria intervening in order to regain Silesia. Alas, that didn't happen. So in both cases, both Austria and French fatally misjudged Prussian military power almost in the same way. It's rather remarkable that they didn't learn from that mistake.
Yeah, I think, funnily enough, that was actually France's explicit strategy for winning the war, was to basically occupy Prussia for long enough that other enemies on other sides, on other borders, would attack them and draw troops away, and thus allow France the reprieve to win the war on the battlefield more properly and advance into the Rhineland, basically. But yes, they also surprised themselves in how poorly they performed there. The other point is the nationalism that is of the minorities that is credited so often with basically dismantling the empire was effectively a project of the Austrian government's own making, in that they tried to seed a lot of local legislative bodies and such to gain basically insight from the ground up into to kind of understand local issues and whatever, and get an information filtering up that way and try to get more buy-in. But obviously, much as we've experienced in the present United Kingdom, those regional bodies just end up being a source for a megaphone for a certain kind of person to just agitate for even more autonomy.
Well,
and so
the difference is that these regional bodies had always existed within the empire. The empire was very very particularist and very composite. That's the whole nature of where we even get the term composite monarchy, really. There are only a couple of examples you point to, Austria being the most obvious example of that. But what essentially the Austrians were involved in once they were militarily defeated, the emperor decided to grant a constitution. It was you have the what was it, the October diploma, and the February patent. And the whole point of this, again, was just to, you can say, act as temporary maneuvers in order to shore up that position. But the whole bizarre logic of the whole constitutional revolution within the Austrian half of the empire is that I've referred to it as farce being an incorporated element into the constitution, institutional farce. And another Austrian administrator, whose name I'm forgetting at the moment, referred to it as properly modulated discontent. That's essentially what the nationality conflicts were. If anything, it was about bringing all the nationalities together and empowering them to such extent to realize that the only thing that unites them is the dynasty. But of course, this had the other negative effect of making them realize that without the dynasty, there could be no future together. And so the best thing to do is to agitate and present ourselves to foreign powers who are willing to allow us to separate. And that's essentially what happens.
Yeah, I was going to say it does kind of like legitimize the idea of a representative body for these whole nationalities that can oftentimes bypass any internal schisms that may exist in terms of like loyalty and the whatever questionable legitimacy they might have. They can just sort of bypass all those questions and go directly to exterior bodies and present themselves as a legitimate government in waiting whenever any kind of crisis hits. So it just kind of seems like a time bomb that's waiting to go off, especially in light of the fact that as you say, it's kind of tying to the institution of the monarchy itself and almost nothing else. So the longevity of Karl Franz becomes a temporary band-aid over a temporary bandage on the long-term problem that is going to be, even if it hadn't happened in a crisis, it was always going to be a problem, the issue of succession.
And the long-term fallout over the Crimean War is that it's the Russians in particular who want to exploit all the nationality conflicts and use these as fifth columnists. The Russians, to put it bluntly, they supported the Ruthenians, later the Ukrainians, they supported the Serbians, and they supported the Czechs invariably at various times throughout their history. So they were completely intent again on fostering pan-Slavism within the Austrian Empire in order to dismantle it. Pan-Slavism in many ways was created within Austria, within Prague, and later on where you have again, especially after 1909, the great antipathy between Russia and Austria. Pan-Slavism is one of these sort of interesting ideologies that could be used to exploit and bring about division. But the Italians are obviously exploiting the other end of it, which is Croatian and, to a far greater extent, Italian Illidenta, irredeemed Italy, which are the former provinces of Venice in Carniola and Dalmatia. So all of these countries, and this is why von Hertzendorf, again, as far as I'm concerned, correctly, despite how disparaging a lot of historical accounts are of him, is that he believed that the only way for Austria to survive was to preemptively see off all of these would-be Piedmontese or like Cavours in Italy, who would want to shore off provinces in the empire, and he focused his mind on Serbia. Not because, again, the Austrians were interested in conquering Serbia, they didn't want that headache, but just they wanted Serbia, again, to have a different foreign policy, which it did, interestingly enough, until the regicide of the Obrenović dynasty in 1902 by the Black Hand. So, yeah, and again, that was sponsored and held by the Russians, so it doesn't help. Anyway, just want to focus on this this point. What you're referring to is, I think it was in 1864 or 1863, after the loss of Italy, Franz Joseph contrived a meeting of the princes of the German Confederation on the possibility of a tighter union of the German princes. Before then, there had obviously been the 1848 revolution, but there'd also been the creation of a customs union, the Zollverein, which, funny enough, didn't include the Austrian Empire. So the idea was that whatever model there would have been, there would have perhaps been the creation of a single imperial army. That would have been the main contention, beyond any of the other political issues about home rule and that sort of thing. Had there been one army of a united imperial Germany, then that would have basically neutered the Prussians forever. And that's obviously why Bismarck realized what it was and didn't want the Prussians to fall into that trap. And because ultimately Emperor Wilhelm I, who would later be Emperor Wilhelm I, was a very reactionary traditionalist king who was never supposed to become king, who was the brother of a king, not the son of a king, a crown prince. He believed essentially it was feudal due to obey his liege. And Bismarck has, as I mentioned, a complicated relationship. On the one hand, he hated the Austrians with a passion. His whole sort of German policy in the beginning could be seen as Austriophobic and, Prusso-nationalist. But with the defeat of Austria, his intention was again to use Austria as a potential bulwark against Italy and Russia in particular. And so he was willing to make concessions, like the concession that the German Empire the German emperor would not be emperor of Germany. He would simply be a German emperor, so as not to again suppose that he was emperor over the Austrian emperor, little things like that. So it's a complicated position, but based on everything we've been talking about, Rupert, again, it's very hard to sort of judge Franz Joseph in terms of where to place him, because he has, in many ways, his reign is that of many reigns. Each of them can be judged sort of individually. If you're going to sort of judge the first reign from 1848 up until about 1856, then he would be, Leopold tier. If you're going to judge the reign from 1856 up until 1870, then it was an unmitigated disaster. And if you're going to sort of judge the reign from 1870 up until, let's say, I don't know, the Golden Jubilee, so around 1898, then he's in sort of Francis tier. So I think almost by process of elimination, he goes in C, sort of wading between the two. I know that's probably going to be very controversial for quite a few of you who are fond of Franz Joseph, and of course are aware of the fact that many of the introductions to my own videos have clips of Franz Joseph playing, and the fact that I have a great, it's actually a phrase that I use when I was talking about Barry Lyndon. I use those clips because they're sort of, it's an elegy. It's the sort of lament of an era that's been irrevocably lost, and Franz Joseph epitomizes that era. But nevertheless, he can't sort of be, he can't have responsibility taken away from him for all the missteps that took place in order to arrive at that position, where many European commentators believe that the empire was a moribund institution.
Yeah, hard to disagree, unfortunately. I do have a soft spot for him, if only because the nature and circumstances of his original rise seem so promising, and those sort of first few years seemed, again, very seemed to set a very positive example for what might happen going forwards. But then it's just mostly downhill from there.
So, talk about downhill. We have Maximilian, one of the most weird episodes of European history. The brother of Franz Joseph, who was invited by Napoleon III to become Emperor of Mexico. Again, it seems rather implausible, but if you watch my video on it, you'll know that there was a logic, a logic behind it, a logic that could have worked. But if you're going to fundamentally sort of ask why, well, one of the reasons is that obviously Mexico was a powder keg. It had non-stop civil wars and revolutions, partly as a result of Santa Anna, but then you had Benito Juarez by the time of Maximilian. Mexico was an international pariah. It had defaulted on its debts, and the British and the French exploited the Confederacy, the American war between the states, in order to assert a role in Mexico and take those debts back. But then Napoleon III believed it could be a wonderful opportunity to expand the French model of government of the Second Empire into the New World. It was actually also modelled on the Brazilian Empire of Pedro II. So what went wrong? Well, he was invited to the throne as a result of a lot of Catholics, a lot of Mexican notables who were disaffected with the secularist and in many ways atheistic anti-church policies of Benito Juarez. And the issue is that when Maximilian came in and decided to become emperor over this powder keg, that he was going to pursue a middle course to appeal to everyone, which obviously quintessentially appealed to no one. In many ways, he actually codified the legal systems that were established by the Mexican Republic and Benito Juarez, including the religious reforms or anti-reforms. And this, of course, alienated him from virtually everyone. So the obvious sort of reading of Maximilian is that we have a naive political idealist who was obsessed with Charles V, believed in plus ultra, further and beyond, that he could revive a Habsburg Empire in the New World as Charles V had once done. But he would also establish an empire on liberal policies that could be very pleasing to European commentators, when what he should have done is to appeal to his backers and form a unambiguously strong Catholic partisan power base, which could have shored up his position when the French inevitably would have to leave following the conclusion of the American War between the states. Alas, that didn't happen. And so he was defeated and actually executed by firing squad. So, Rupert, what are your thoughts on the ill-fated Emperor of Mexico?
Yeah, I mean, the logic of how to rule seems to just be set out right in front of him, and he refused to tread the very obvious path. I was, in the back of my mind as you were explaining it, I did remember Porfirio Diaz, who kind of seemed to try to tread a similar path of sort of liberalizing, or at least some efforts of liberalizing. correct me if I'm wrong, but it almost kind of seems as though he more successfully did what Maximilian had been trying to achieve. Perhaps because he already had a stronger power base that he'd already established domestically, and also possibly just because he managed to ingratiate himself more with the various factions. So he wasn't just an outsider trying to bridge the gaps between these various factions rather than just picking a side.
Yes, that's a very interesting point that Porfirio, I think it's called the Porfirismo, was basically a stabilizing, normalizing force that tried to bridge the gap between the two extremes. And it should be mentioned, he was ruler of Mexico for about 40 years. So up until the revolution of 1911, which was a horrific disaster for conservative Mexico, he was able to establish a far more enduring legacy than Maximilian. And in many ways, ironically, I would say Diaz was more conservative in many ways than Maximilian, especially when it came to the prioritization over the more, again, Spanish population over Mexico over the natives, because Maximilian made the interesting, but in hindsight, the rather disastrous decision of appealing to the people of the Yucatan and the indigenous populations in Mexico. But of course, that alienated further from the hidalgos and the landowners, which of course had been the main political backers. So yeah, it's almost as if Maximilian was trying to construct a country based entirely on theory rather than the reality of the situation there. It was all a theoretical application of a monarchical principle, but he was unwilling to pay any attention to political realities or events on the ground, which is fascinating. But there's a reason he was shot by firing squad, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, that does make me think that the whole effort was not necessarily completely forlorn from the get-go. But yeah, as it turns out, the execution left a lot to be desired, evidently. Maybe he would have to have leaned more into the French support and rule more from that position of strength, rather than trying to sort of find and cobble together some kind of domestic power base that didn't really exist yet, evidently, or at least wasn't willing to go along with him for it. I don't know. It's all theory crafting anyway. Obviously, none of it works anyway. And even if his ideas were in the right place, which reading the situation on the ground, I think that would be a very difficult conclusion to come to. Even if in theory there are ways that it might have been doable. It has to be pretty low.
I mean, I don't see how we can really rank him any way other than F.
F, or as a tragic D.
Yes, probably a tragic D. I mean, the thing is with Maximilian and Philip III and IV is that they inherited their positions, whereas Maximilian, bizarrely, decided to embark upon this great adventure. He could have remained as an admiral in Austria, but instead, funny enough, Franz Joseph actually relished this to some extent, because he forced his brother to give up his Austrian titles of Archduke and basically got rid of him to go to Mexico and become a puppet of Napoleon III. So he was very happy with this turn of affairs. But I'm not going to say he was completely, obviously harsh when he got shot. I mentioned an anecdote when I was doing my Maximilian script, but yeah, now talk about a real sort of tragic figure, which is Karl of Austria. Now, Karl wasn't intended to be emperor. Franz Joseph had a son, Rudolf, who had syphilis and killed himself in a murder-suicide pact, which obviously was not very controversial at all. Then you have the heirship of the empire being bestowed upon Franz Ferdinand, who was very politically proactive, and along with I've forgotten his name, a famous sort of Romanian politic. Again, I've been very forgetful of the stream. I do apologize, everyone. But there were plans drawn up for a wholesale reform of the empire under Franz Ferdinand, and he was a great peace advocate. Of course, when he was assassinated, the peace party, basically under the Hungarians, lost, and Herzendorf basically became the main driver of Austrian foreign policy with, as we can say in hindsight, disastrous results. And so Karl, the great Catholic Karl, the favorite of Franz Joseph, became the heir apparent, which was a development which Franz Joseph was particularly happy about. But by the time he inherited the throne, which was late 1916, it was perhaps the last couple of months where Austria could have rescued itself from the situation, because it was the period of time between the re-election of Woodrow Wilson as president on the peace platform in 1916 and the declaration of unrestricted submarine warfare by the Germans in, what was it, February of 1917. In other words, it was a period of time where Bethmann Hollweg was still Chancellor of Germany during the war, and there was a large enough peace party in all camps, it should be mentioned, even though Lloyd George will come in and recommit essentially Britain to the cause of war. Had Woodrow Wilson decided on peace, he could have, again, engineered that scenario more effectively. So had the situation in Germany played out differently, and had Bethmann Hollweg survived, it's possible that the Austrian Empire could have survived. So what did Karl do in terms of his own personal initiatives? Well, he was very concerned, seeing the situation in Italy, that the Austrian army was, according to some German quotations, it was a corpse being shackled to the German army. But in reality, Karl was concerned with ensuring that Austria remained independent from Germany and wasn't completely subsumed by the German war effort in the First World War. You would have thought that the Russian Revolution would be a great boon to Austria, because Austria's greatest rival has basically been defeated. Now Austria could potentially expand infinitely into the east with major claims on Ukraine. You know, it can basically reverse the situation where it had been the victim of these nationality conflicts. Now Austria can exploit the Ukrainian nationality conflict in order to gain vast amounts of resources at the expense of Romania and at the expense of Russia. But this didn't come to pass. Instead, the Ludendorff-Hindenburg faction takes over in 1917, and Austria becomes entirely, as unfortunately predicted, subsumed into the German war effort, even though Austria really now has to focus on what was then diminutive Balkan front, with Bulgaria taking up most of the heavy lifting in that area, and Turkey, obviously, the Ottoman Empire, and Italy basically being militarily incompetent with the campaigns in the Isonzo. So he attempts to put out peace feelers by his, I think it's his brother-in-law, Prince Sixtus of Bourbon-Parma, to the Allies, where he would be prepared to make a separate peace with the French-backed Allies. Instead, Clemenceau decides to make all of these matters public and damage the relationship with Germany. And again, you can say, if anything, damn the Austrian situation further by the Germans looking at Karl as unreliable. So in order to shore up his position, Karl hastily receives his coronation as King of Hungary. Again, this is seen as rather contentious because it basically committed him to the compromise, which meant he couldn't reform Hungary. And the last year of his reign in 1918 is spent with a lot of projects regarding the reform of the empire, when it was obvious that the Central Powers after August of 1918 were going to lose. The plan was drawn up to divide the empire into a commonwealth of distinct territories. How this would have effectively worked wasn't resolved because Austria-Hungary didn't survive long enough in order for it to be enacted. Karolyi and the pro-peace party in Hungary takes power in October of 1918, 30th of October 1918, and dissolves Austria-Hungary. And then a series of tragedies befall the empire, which revolves around him abdicating, or rather renouncing, political affairs in the empire, importantly not abdicating. He goes over to Switzerland, and then he comes back to Hungary, not once, but twice. And in both times, he's frustrated by the Hungarian government there for fear that it would cause a situation where the newly minted powers around Hungary, Romania, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia would invade Hungary. So in both times, effectively, he's thwarted by Miklas Horthy in particular. And so he is sent on a boat down the Danube, and he is imprisoned like Napoleon in a little hut in Madeira, where he dies in a similar manner to Napoleon as the last emperor of Austria. I'd be very curious to hear about your thoughts.
I think so many of the problems. To be clear, I'm not sure. Obviously, everything is possible in theory, but I'm not sure that peace, like a separate peace, is viable by the time of the death of Franz Joseph. So I'm trying to think about the scenarios in which Karl could have stabilized the situation domestically enough to be able to aid more significantly in a Central Powers war effort, or at least survive long enough to be able to not just be completely partitioned at the end of it. Basically, to my mind, quite a lot of it hinges on the fact that the Austrian military had already been somewhat subsumed into the German command, and so they were not actually directing their own army in large part anymore. And I think a lot of that had already happened by the time that Karl's come into the picture.
Just to emphasize that point, the beginning of the reign of Karl coincided with the end of the Brusilov offensive, and the Brusilov offensive, while unsuccessful against Germany, basically destroyed most of the Austrian Empire in the east. So unfortunately, Karl came to power at a time where the Austrian army was at its most decrepit up until the war at that point.
Yes, and they do manage to reform themselves somewhat, especially with help from Germany. So I do believe they also developed their own successful stormtrooper units that are able to do very well alongside their German counterparts in the on the Italian front. In the what's the offensive called? Is it Vittorio Veneto or was it Caporetto?
Caporetto. Vittorio Veneto. It's funny. Vittorio Veneto just means victory in Venetia, and it's the Italians accepting the surrender of a Austro-Hungarian Empire army after Austria-Hungary had ceased to exist.
Yes.
No, regarding the Brusilov offensive, one of the things it does is causes Romania very ill-advisedly to join the war, at that time at least, on the side of the Entente, and that causes the Austrians to very easily occupy most of Romania for the remainder of the war. So, Austria is still really a fighting force up until the middle of 1918, because the Austrians aren't really ever defeated by the Italians. It's simply the political disintegration of Austria-Hungary which allows the Italians to basically claim victory. But it's a French sort of forced march from Salonika up to Belgrade, which causes basically the peace party in Hungary to depose Karl there. And then a series of unfortunate events kick off, which result in everything from an invasion by Romania to a communist revolution. I mean, it's just almost too horrific to compare. So,
well, just to add on to that, then, I mean, so yeah, the Thessalonica front, essentially precipitates or at least coincides with the disintegration of Bulgaria, and then you get everything else. But I think the Bulgaria and Austria-Hungary at this point are both suffering from issues of like on the home front, industry and in particular food, which is, to my knowledge, more an issue of distribution and management and administration rather than raw output per se. I mean, Austria, this is getting into a much bigger conversation, but Austria was particularly vulnerable to that due to the way that it structured their industrialization. But anyway, so they needed more food, basically. So if they could just get more wheat, which was a possibility.
Well, the issue is that
Ukraine.
This is why, well, actually, no, this is why the coronation was so controversial, is that Hungary had a surplus of food, and it wasn't, say, for example, exporting that food to Vienna or Prague,
Yes, exactly.
where the Skoda works were and where the vast concentration of Austrian industry was in Bohemia. And they didn't do that because they wanted a political bargaining chip over the rest of the Austrians. But of course, that led to a huge amount of resentment and the breakdown of, the fraternity of the quote-unquote nationalities under the emperor. So his concession there was seen as a very weak, desperate maneuver that cost him a huge amount of initiative. And if anything, a lot of people point to that as the single greatest mistake in his earlier reign. And as for Ukraine, I mean, the whole sort of nation building thing in Ukraine and taking advantage of the wheat fields could have taken years, if not decades, in order for that to have affected a complete about turn. And of course, we're talking about both Austria and Germany being the victims of, the blockade. In the case of Germany in the North Sea, and in the case of Austria in the Mediterranean and in the Adriatic.
Well, famously, they did start actually harvesting the grain, but when it was being prepared for shipment to Germany, it was stolen by the Austrians and diverted towards their needs. But they could have much more formalized that situation, and there might have been a plan to, but it's kind of hard to tell what actually happened with Archduke Wilhelm of Austria, if you're familiar. He was a commander in the Austrian army who became very popular with the Ukrainian peasantry, and there was some talk about. So he led his own Ukrainian units, which became the core of the West Ukrainian Republic, I think. And there was some suggestion that I think he may have been in favor of, to try to displace Skoropadsky, I believe it is, Hetman Skoropadsky, who was also quite unpopular and was part of one of the reasons why the grain harvests had been so poor, is because he was widely seen as just not a particularly representative figure, and so there was a lot of resistance to him.
For people who want to find out more on that, it's actually a book by Timothy Snyder, of all people, The Red Prince, focusing on the life of Wilhelm von Habsburg and his interesting Ukrainian proclivities. But I think regarding sort of centering this conversation back on Karl,
yes, of course.
It's just, again, apart from me pointing out the Hungarian issue, again, directionally, he did everything that he feasibly could, given the situation he inherited. I mean, within Austria, things were so febrile that you basically had government by assassination. So, and most of his ministers left were voraciously pro-German. So
this is kind of the point that I was building towards. Is like, I'm trying to lay out a scenario and it's a long shot, but otherwise it's kind of hard to see how, with the hand he was dealt, really how he could have done much differently to achieve a different scenario, a different outcome.
So yes, I guess D or F, really. I mean, the issue with Maximilian is that Maximilian basically placed himself in a hopeless situation willingly, whereas Charles found himself in ultimately what transpired to be the worst position the Habsburgs ever were in.
Yes.
So I think a tragic D, I think.
Definitely, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Rupert. We only have the one super chat, so we'll read that out and then get out of here, because we've, despite having covered only about sort of half the monarchs, well, again, it does help the fact that I have covered each of these guys to a lesser or greater extent across this channel for the last how many years I've been doing this YouTube thing. So I should be able to talk about these guys slightly longer, but anyway, thank you, Rupert. Nezo F, who is running the new Discord server, so thank you very much to him and everyone. The new Discord has been set up with a core of the last Discord still there. So this super chat for $5, thank you very much, is emphasizing the creation of the new Discord. If you want to continue discussion, enjoy the community of fellow AM enjoyers, feel free to join the AM fans Discord, and it's probably going to be better, NezoF, if you can put that in the comments section, a link to the Discord, and people can hopefully click on it, because things will hopefully be able to return to how they were. All right, thank you very much.
Ooh, I think there is actually another super chat from much earlier. Looks like.
Is that? I've only got the one, unless it's I think it was, yes. I think was it Wrong Tao Wu?
Yes, indeed.
Yes, I think the problem is yes, it is. Sorry, it's the way they organize it. Unfortunately, people, if you super chat in the comments section too early, in this case, the super chat was done at 4 in the morning. No, sorry, at 4 in the afternoon, which is 4 hours before the conversation began. If you do that, there's a chance that I'm not going to be able to see them, because StreamYards will decide that it's actually a miracle that I can see it, to be honest, but it's not showing it up. So Rong Tao Wu, thank you very much. A very a loyal and conspicuous part of the community here. So thank you. Can't stay today. However, wish everyone the best and have a blessed day. Sincerely. Well, thank you very much. Rong Tao Wu. All right. Once again, Rupert, thank you for staying through another mammoth stream. You commented before I went on that I already sounded as if I've been streaming for 3 hours. So now I have a voice that's been streaming for nearly 8 hours. So there we are. Do you have anything you want to say before we get out of here?
No, probably not. I think I covered everything. I didn't mention last time, only in the comments of the last ranking video, or the last ranking stream rather, that we did, that I finally got another video on my channel. So yeah, if you look me up on YouTube, I'm there, and I've got some videos up. Working on more, but it takes me a long time. I'm working on bringing up the pace, but I can't match AM's work ethic.
It's funny. I don't sort of. I don't know. I feel what I'm doing here. People in the chat. I can say this publicly. I feel what I'm doing here is probably the most. I don't know, mentally taxing version of being sleazy with putting out content. In terms of making these ranking tables. But no, you've been looking into monarchy in general, but Hellenistic monarchy in particular rather recently. So thank you very much, and do everyone check out Rupert's channel. So yes, and I want to thank you again for joining me for one of these streams. I think it would have killed me off if I was doing this on my own. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for inviting me. It's always a pleasure.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night, all.